You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome to the Eastland Match of the Round at Pat Wright Senior Oval. It's a Premier Division clash between Noble Park and East Ringwood. The first place, Roos, the benchmark of Premier Division in 2025, taking on rejuvenated fifth place Noble Park side, who are eager to test themselves out against the benchmark themselves in East Ringwood. I'm Ryan Long, media manager with the EFNL, joined in the pre-game by Wayne Brash and Matt Spider Lee to break things all down. Not only today's game out here at Noble Park, but also the other games around the grounds on a cold winter's day in the EFNL. Spider, I'll start with you. Great to have you on board on a Saturday afternoon. Big game today. It's a great test in Noble Park to see where they really sit, and if they can get a scalp, you can almost just about lock up a finals place this year for them.
Good afternoon to you, Ryan, and all our viewers and listeners. Yeah, great to be out here, and really looking forward to today's clash because we've got a team that's been the benchmark, last year's runners-up, up against a team that's just so improved over the last 6 weeks or so. They've really been on a bit of a journey, and as they alluded to a few weeks ago, they're just having fun with their footy, and they've just started to make some real inroads. So it's been a bit of a rebuild on the run. So we'll get to see how they measure up, but really looking forward to that, plus all the other games with all the other scores coming across the afternoon. Any
comments did you receive coming into the gates here at Noble Park? Because I think everyone was pretty critical of them at the start of the season. Everyone thought they would be, if not relegated, be in that conversation of that 8th, 9th, 10th. No one's come up to you just yet?
I haven't had any taps on the shoulder. I'm sure I'll get a few, but no, got it upstairs unscathed. But look, no, at the start of the season, look, I was really concerned of where Noble Park was certainly sitting in the scheme of things, considering all the players that had departed the club over recent times and where they might be going over the next couple of years, and thought it was going to take a little bit of time. But when you rebuild on the run as they look like they are doing currently, you just think at the start of the year, like that just sort of looked miles away. But and there was a lot of people were saying, well, maybe there is a prospect that they were in that relegation territory. But to their credit, they've really worked on what they've had to do, and they've probably gone beyond their own expectations. So it's a credit to Steve Hughes and all the players over the last few weeks who have really built something, and they've got something to take forward. So even if they don't play finals this season, going forward into 2026 and 2027, they've got the nucleus of a team that's on the rise.
Yeah, that's right. Wayne Brash also joining me in the pre-game. We had the trip up together, obviously a bit of a road trip for us when we come down.
Well, it's a road
Noble
trip from
Park.
South Croydon.
It was good to have you here today, and a lot of talking points across the divisions, not only in Premier Division, but across the board, because we are really getting to that pointy end of the season where it's make or break for a lot of these sides. There's not much room for error.
Well, there is, Brian, and I think basically my gut feeling is telling me that by the end of today's round in Premier Division, I reckon the 5 might nearly be set.
For Premier Division? Well, potentially. I mean, you've got the 3 sides below in South Croydon, Vermont and Doncaster East, who are all still 2 games behind Noble Park. The only thing for Noble Park, their percentage isn't that great. So at the end of the day, they still need to keep winning, because if it comes down to percentage, it's not going to be enough. But they are in the box seat, and it's not a game today where they necessarily have to win to make finals. They're 2 games clear, so they've done the work now. But a scalp would go a long way, and I'm guessing with a statement like that, you're alluding to you don't think too much of that the sides below them are going to do enough to be able to overturn that 2-game buffer.
Well, no, and look, the way the Premier League draw has come out for this particular round, 3 of those, at least 2 of those sides, the bottom sides, have got a gilt edge opportunity this afternoon to pinch an extra win, because the sides they're playing up against basically out of form, and they're actually mirror imaging each other's form throughout the season. Injuries, out of form, out of confidence, and not competitive enough for long enough in the contest.
Yeah, and competitiveness has just been what Noble Park have been about over the last 6 weeks, really. I mean, we saw the game on the King's birthday out at balling, and they had their opportunities to win that game.
Yeah, but that was the day I thought they turned the corner.
And they did, yeah. And we spoke to Steve Hughes that afternoon, and he triggered some, conversation regarding, what they wanted to set out to do. And we all thought, well, how are they going to do that? But they have been able to take those small steps really quickly, and they've been able to put them in place. So I think it's a real credit to them. And, like a couple of weeks ago against Blackburn, they were really, shown the heavy stick by a team that's certainly, one of the teams that's real contending. But East Ringwood today, they've got to be really careful. They are a little bit vulnerable coming here today because they are coming up against a Noble Park team that have a little bit of experience in the team in Sam Gilbert and Brad Crouch, a lot of AFL experience. And when you do have a couple of players out yourself, East Ringwood, you do leave yourself a little bit vulnerable, I think.
Yeah, and you're right. And, look, they probably are them at their most vulnerable at the moment. Obviously, James Beerlow's been in and out of the side for the season, obviously through injury. That'd be a bit of a concern for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And speaking about East Ringwood, we have got the senior coach in Ben Osborne just joining us up here on the balcony. Ben, great to have you on board Pregame. It's another massive game. They all are in Premier Division, but great to have your company.
No, thanks for having me, boys. And it's only been a month ago seeing you boys, so it's good to be back. Good to have you again.
Yeah, that's right. Since then, how have you seen? Obviously, that loss was, that day we saw you, was your first loss of the season. You had one against Berwick as well, where you kicked pretty inaccurately, but still sitting on top of the ladder, playing some really good footy. And you've had players coming in and out of the side. Obviously, James Below is another one who's back out. Toby comes back in. But the depth at the club is massive. So you've probably been able to afford some of those injuries and players going to VFL because you've got the luxury of a really strong reserve side.
Yeah, I think it was a disappointing day against Roval, especially the last quarter when they overran us. Then we bounced back pretty quick and knocked over South, which was really good. Really good win. And, the loss to Berwick was, a bit of... the poor kicking obviously hurt us, and that sort of, in the end, looks like it cost us the game. And Berwick were outstanding at their execution in front of goal. But we also let through our second highest score for the year, which was really disappointing defensively. So we were able to get that back on track last week against Donny East on a pretty tight and small ground, and we sort of found our hunt again and our defensive side, and kept Donny East to 4 points in the second half last week, and were able to kick 7 goals 3 ourselves. So another, obviously a different challenge today on a bigger ground, and an extremely informed team as well. So we're looking forward to it. Injury wise, like James has had a bit of a in and out year, not as consistent on the park as he's been over the last few years. So when you take out arguably the best player in the comp, you can argue about that if you like, but we think he's pretty good. So, but it just gives other blokes opportunities. I mean, we've got such a young two side, and we're a pretty young group as it is in the seniors. So, it's good to see these guys get their opportunities. So, we'll just keep cracking in.
I'd love to ask about Josh Tovey as well, because obviously we I don't think we saw him when they played Roval earlier on in the year, and he's been dominant. And just looking on the stat side of things and some vision, and obviously playing some good footy at Collingwood as well. But talk about his impact, because getting someone like that, and you talk about James as arguably the best player in the competition, won the best and fairest last year. Josh looks to be just as good when playing for the side as well.
Yeah, look, we're really lucky. We didn't really go out hunting too many recruits, and we got him really early, and he's just a fantastic young guy. He just turned 20. You wouldn't think of the size of him. He's a big strong boy, and he's just been unlucky at Collingwood with obviously the older group at Collingwood resting and then not resting, and then injuries. So he's going in for 1 week and coming out. So he's just a fantastic young bloke, and he's got a lot of traits that James has. So when they're both together, it's hard to stop. Just haven't had them together too much this year. But anyway, that's fine. And we're really lucky to have Josh at our footy club.
Good luck today, Ben. Great to have another chat to you this afternoon. The key messages for this afternoon coming up against a Noble Park team, as you just alluded to, that is in really good form. What are some of the things that you've talked about during the course of the week that you're going in to focus on here today?
the weather's a little one, obviously with the possibility of a fair bit of rain. Like our height troubled them last time with our big boys up forward. They're not overly a strong contested mark team, and we're the number 1 side and they're number 10. So if it stays dry, then give those guys opportunities to, put their bigs under pressure or their backs under pressure and get it forward. And but on contrast, if it turns into a ground ball game, they're outstanding at that, and they're a high pressure team. So it's also not inviting that pressure from Noble, who obviously play this ground really well. And they're as I said, if they're not tall, then they must be fast and quick. So and that's what they've shown over the last few weeks. That they're when they get on their bikes, use their hands, they put other teams away. So we're just going to be able to match them around the contest and hopefully get some territory going our way. And we feel like we defend the ground really well when we can do that.
Talking about the contest, they've also been able to name today a well-credentialed and a very experienced player coming into the team in Brad Crouch, who's part of their coaching panel, but he's going to take to the field today. So he brings that contest element to them, but also that wealth of experience. And then you look at a player like then other players that have got a key experience, and Sam Gilbert's one of them as well, and if he does play. So that's something that's a little bit of a different contrast to perhaps some teams that haven't confronted that situation in the last few weeks.
Yeah, it's fair mid-season recruit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look,
and it's unexpected too, because you probably, if we said to you Brad Crouch was going to play in this game, let's say a month ago, you probably would have gone, no, probably not.
Probably not, no. But yeah, I mean, look, he's obviously a high-quality player, played a lot of AFL, and the thing I love about local football and the EFNL is you get a bit of everything. I think, you look at your teams that have got sort of homegrown talent, or you got your teams that, get some good AFL, ex-AFL stars. And I love our young group coming up against those guys, because not only is it a great challenge, but they get to learn from the best. And, our young group are really excited to come up against a couple of ex-AFL players.
And hard-hitting bodies.
Yeah, exactly. So, we have to match that. And, hopefully we can quality influence around the contest, because I think that's where he'll be at his best.
Ben, I've got a couple of stats that I personally keep from the Premier data, which I've created, and it's basically a kicks to goal and a disposal to goal ratio. I've got you at 13 kicks per goal and a disposal rating of 20 disposals a goal compared to the other teams in this division. You're well ahead, and very much a very economical side that it really uses the ball very well and gets maximum benefit for maximum reward. Yeah,
look, there's quite a few sides that like to chip it around and move the ball that way. We're a bit more direct side, but also we sort of take what the opposition gives us, and when you've got some tools down forward, you probably don't need to muck around with it too much.
No.
You want to get, because I feel when the team if we're going slowly, they'll get numbers behind. We've got to look at those one-on-one contests and back our boys into at least halve it or win it, and then we can get our smalls to go to work. And having Jamie Bennell come back into the side today after a month he works at Hawthorn, so he's had a month off. He's feeling fresh and ready to go. So he's one of those guys that we feel like at ground level can really cause a bit of trouble in this back half of the year.
How hard is it? I mean, look, you started off. You had a great start to the season. How hard is it really, right, to maintain momentum through that June-July period? Because sometimes you feel like that you're on a roll and nothing can go wrong, and then all of a sudden you cop a loss here and a cop a loss there, but you don't feel that you do anything wrong. It's a game of millimetres, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and it is. It's 18 games is a long season to be up all the time, and I think that's probably what we've sort of experienced over the last month, is that July month and June, and we wanted to start the season well. So if you did have a lapse, then you could hold strong and then keep going. But we've qualified for finals five games out. So that's an awesome achievement by our boys. So we're really proud of that. Now we need one more win to get a double chance. So that's our next thing to tick off, and hopefully we can do that today. And then it's just a battle away over the last few weeks against the other top sides. So
Do you back off from a training load perspective in that sort of phase, like knowing that you've qualified, then the next block, you might back off that little bit to then go, okay, then we build it back up to to really launch with 1 to 2 games out from finals, to really set ourselves for that strong month of campaigning.
Yeah, I think you've got to get away from the footy club at times and be able to do some fun stuff away from the footy oval, because we probably start later in pre-season than most other sides, but you're still going from December to September. Like, it's a long season if you be able to get to the pointy end. So it's a long time to just turn up to training every night and make it the same. So you've got to get away from the club. So we've sort of done that a little bit over the last month to 6 weeks. To then, as I said, sort of once it hits August, you want to be launching into that final part of the year.
Absolutely. Ben, it's been a pleasure to have you on Pregame. It's a busy afternoon ahead, so we'll let you go. But all the best today, and for your sake, you'll be able to lock up that double chance and continue your impressive form this season.
Beautiful. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Ben Osborne there, the senior coach of the East Ringwood Football Club, and they are in some really, really good form, and got a big chance here to continue that onwards. We're about to be joined by Steve Hughes too, so we're going to get
beauty.
Pass the baton over.
Yeah, correct. The other side of things with Noble Park, and this is a side who's been has passed certainly our expectations, and they've been fantastic, and it is always a pleasure to be able to have Steve Hughes on the broadcast. Steve, thanks for joining us for another big game for you guys, a big test against the top place East Ringwood side.
Thanks, Ryan. Looking forward to it. Obviously, we had a major test a couple of weeks ago and failed it miserably, but get another crack at one of the better ones today.
Absolutely, and you've been able to now, it's I think now a 2-game gap in 5th, so a scalp would be massive in terms of your finals chances. But just talk from the last time we saw you against Bullring, where we thought you played a really pretty, for 3 quarters, you were right in that game. And since then as well, your form has been outstanding. How have you seen the last month and a bit? Has it been these younger players that have just, the more senior footy they get, the better they get going up against really strong sides, or also some of the experience that comes in, like a Brad Crouch last week?
Oh, probably a combination of both, to be honest. I think I've been really pleased with effort, endeavour in how many games we played now? 12. 11 out of 12. I thought a couple of weeks ago we were really ordinary. In saying that, Blackburn were just as good as we were bad. But the young group, probably chemistry is really important. When, as an example, I said to the boys, we played Roeville round 1 with, Showmakers and Brolick and Lockie McDonald and guys that have been playing footy together for 5 years, where we had a bit of more of a foreign midfield with, Lockie McDonald, who typically played on the wing. Mitch Reardon came back into the side. So it takes a little bit of time around that chemistry piece. So the effort's always been there, but I think just knowing how each other plays, young Ruckman, he's still out for another week or two, Dan Napper, but so that's taken a little bit of time, but the effort's been there the whole season. We're fit, working hard, and obviously the addition of Brad, last week, and Sammy a couple of months back now, but they're exactly what a young group needs in terms of setup and structure and that type of thing.
Good luck this afternoon, Steve. Just an extension to that with Brad Crouch. Was it probably by design that he was going to play at this time of the year, or has it sort of all evolved just more by coincidence in terms of where the team is now placed on the ladder? Because when we spoke to you that 6 weeks ago, at that time you were saying that you just wanted to have fun for the rest of the year, and you didn't really know where it was all going to lead to in terms of what the year was going to unfold. But now there is that prospect that finals could be on the horizon if you win those, if you win 3 of the last 5 games potentially.
Yeah, there was zero expectation that Brad would play football again, to be honest. He effectively left AFL football with a degenerative knee. But throughout pre-season and even probably the last sort of 6, 7, 8 weeks, he steps into a drill here and there and tapped me on the shoulder a few weeks back and said, I reckon I can play. So we pursued it and obviously put a training block into him, and the rest is history. So it's great to have him out there, and he adds an element of class and great decision maker, and he sets us up really well out on the ground. So, we're obviously really pleased to have him.
And in terms of the development of the younger players, has that taken another phase in terms of it's being able to streamline it a little bit more and even fast track some of these young players to become the players that you want them to become, in terms of where they're currently at in their development?
Yeah, absolutely. I think having a player, not just obviously Brad's calibre is one thing, but obviously his footy brain as a whole. He's brought a lot of elements directly out of an AFL system, which none of us have been around. So he's brought some elements to our game that we're slowly trying to implement, which is kind of changing the way we play. So. He's a massive asset, and not just that, he's just fun around the club. He'll talk to anyone. There's no ego about him. He just helps our culture as well. And
in a broad sense, the rest of the messaging today, how will you attack that in terms of going up against a quality East Ringwood team?
They've just got so many threats. Riley Wetherill kicked 6 against us last time. Beautiful kick, one of the best kicks for goal I've seen at this level. Fox is in good nick. Bennell back today. Yep. So, they're loaded up forward, and obviously, we do lack height, no doubt about it. But we've got to sort of play a bit of team defence around that. So we've got a few things that we're trying to execute. Easier said than done against a good side. But then, through the midfield, obviously, Tovey back today, one of the higher quality young players
good for you.
In the competition. And then and down back, they've obviously got Tweedy, who in my mind is the best spoiler in the competition. And it's kind of daylight second. So, so I think, they've got a lot of threats that we've got to try and at least equalise with, or neutralise a little bit, and then hopefully get them back the other way with some of our weapons.
Steve, I think one of the biggest difference, and I mean, I've actually probably seen Noble Park probably their worst performance this year, and since that moment, I think one of the most important factors, and it's a percentage that you can't put a measure on. I actually think the mental toughness of the group seems to have, there seems to be a lot more resolve. And I actually think that it was that Vermont game, I think that turned it around a little bit. There was like a genuine acceptance that mentally we can't play like that. And I even though you got touched up by Blackburn a couple of weeks ago, I still got the impression that the endeavour and the mental strength was there, that you were just beaten by a better side on the day. Would that be a fair assumption?
Yeah, it would be. We didn't play well, to be honest, but Blackburn was super. He's a very good coach, and he's got a very good list. I think they'll go pretty deep. I think, look, for us, what I notice with such a large element of change from one year to the next, particularly with the young group coming through, is the younger players stress a lot less than the older players.
Yeah, okay.
So, the Vermont game was disappointing, but they dust themselves off and back next week and it's not the end of the world type thing.
Yeah, I've noticed that because, I mean, in the games of old, right, it was almost like most games for those players in those particular games, we're playing for sheep stations.
Yep.
Now it's like, if we get beaten and we've tried our best, well, we can't do any more. We've just got to front up next week and have it and do it all again. Really, isn't it?
I think I'm learning from them myself. I'm still in a bad mood for 4 days after a loss, but they they do they get on with it. They bring a fantastic vibe around the club, and they play stress free. So so I think there is absolutely an element of resolve, but also probably not taking the game too seriously, which is probably a good thing.
I think the other thing is too, Steve, with 4 games to go, and obviously you're sitting 2 games clear, which is a nice little buffer heading into the back part of the season. If you make the finals, will that achievement exceeded your thought from the start of the season?
Oh, maybe, but I just didn't know, to be honest. Like, just with so much change.
Well, there was that change because I admit I had you right down thinking that because you just didn't know where it was going to go.
Yeah, there was always. I was always optimistic because you watch them train in pre-season. I've got a good young list here. It's just how they adapt to, like I said earlier, that chemistry piece and. Finals, of course, we want it now, but we've got a big mountain to climb. The way we look at it, we've got the top side today. We've got, Vermont next week, Ball in the week after, and then East Donny at home, and then we finish with South Croydon. None of them are locks at all.
No.
We've said to the group, we've got a big mountain to climb still, and there's a long way to go. But fingers crossed we can get a scalp today, would be great, and then we'll get to finals when we get there. But that's obviously the aim. But we just got to look at the old adage, one week at a time.
Finally, Steve, when it comes, I've spoken to a few coaches at Premier Division, right, and each have their own ways and means of a pre-season, and I've spoken to them, and the impression that I've got off them now is that the onus is on the player, right, to do the running and that sort of work between the seasons, so that when you hit pre-season on your first night, you're learning about drills and running. Is it got to a stage where the players do have to do a bit more than what they've done in the past?
Yes, but you don't have to ask twice. They're very good.
All right.
I find the young group, they look after their bodies a lot better than probably what we did in our younger days.
Yeah,
so like they're in the gym, 6 or 7 days a week and plenty of running and all of that. So
it's access, isn't it? And resources. Yeah. There's a lot more of that now than what there used to be.
There is, yeah. So they always come fit. The challenge we have is we can't train on Pat Wright Senior Oval in summer where we're off on little soccer fields and that type of thing, which is really challenging for structures and those type of things. But they typically turn up fit.
Well, certainly it's going to be a big task today. But Steve, thank you again for joining us pre-game. We always love to have a chat with you. And the side is in some spectacular form. They've certainly surpassed our expectations at the start of the season. We're looking forward to see how you go against the top side.
Thanks, boys. Have a good call.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you later, Easy.
The senior coach of the Noble Park Football Club, premiership coach back in 2022, and a great opportunity for the Bulls today to test themselves. We're going to go to a break now, and then we're going to jump around the grounds, have a look at what else is happening today. A lot of footy, a lot to break down in today's pre-game for the Eastland Match of the Round.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to the Eastland match of the round. Pat Wright Senior Oval, Noble Park taking on East Ringwood. And we've heard from both coaches. We've heard from Ben Osborne, the East Ringwood senior coach, as well as Steve Hughes, the Noble Park's senior coach. And getting the insight from them, I'm Ryan Long, joined by Wayne Brasher and Matt Spider-Lee. The other games in Premier Division, we're just going to... we had a really good conversation yesterday on the podcast about these ones, so no need to break them down. But South Croydon play Bullring out at Cheon Park. The South Croydon season's still alive, particularly if they get a win here against the Tigers, an upset there. Blackburn take on Roval out of Moreton Park. Burners in spectacular form at the
always hard
moment.
to beat at home.
Absolutely. Berwick take on Vermont out of Edwin. Flack Reserve, a big opportunity for Berwick to get their first win against the Eagles.
Berwick
or second, sorry. They have beat them before.
Berwick, I think Berwick couldn't cause the upset today.
Yeah, I don't even think it'll be an upset, Brash, to be honest. I think they start favourite. I just think it'll be a massive challenge for Vermont to go there and to play 4 quarters and to play the way they want to play against a team that likes playing at home.
And Mitcham also take on Doncaster East down at Walker Park. So we'll keep an eye on those results across the afternoon.
Yep.
A couple upsets could certainly put a whole new look on the Premier Division ladder.
Well, it could definitely be twisted upside down if it goes that way.
Yeah, that's right. Let's move into Division 1. There's 2 games we're going to talk about.
Yep.
Beaconsfield played Mooroolbark at a home Park Reserve. Expect the Eagles to bounce back. They've got to win. But Brash, we had on our long road trip down here, and we had a bit of a chat about the Eagles, and you've said that they're not scoring too well, and they haven't been. They're just out of form. But would you picture them to bounce back here, or is it a bit of a danger game?
Look, anyone travelling to Mooroolbark, it's always a bit of a danger game. It doesn't matter where Mooroolbark is on the ladder, but at the moment, I know that I've come to the conclusion that Berwick maybe have too much of an over-reliance on their VFL players.
Beaconsfield, yep.
And I think what's happened there is that, in essence, what it's done, it's actually exposed their underbelly, which is their depth. And maybe their depth isn't as good as what we thought. And I think when that happens, their scoring dries up. And I think at the moment, I'm not saying that they're going to get beaten today. I think they can turn the tables today. But I want to see something. I need something. I need to see a convincing performance for me to say that they're genuinely back in the finals race.
Yeah, it needs to step in the right direction, doesn't it? But look, I expect them to win the game, but I still believe over the next few weeks, should they be able to get, and complement some of those players coming back into that team, I think they've still got time to make up a little bit of ground and get themselves back into real contention come the finals.
They've got 3 games against the bottom 3. If they win all those 3, they'll play finals, so they will be there. You'd think the double chance is just about gone for their sake. But
I think they're a team that don't necessarily need the double chance. Yes, it's the most valuable thing to you, but I think I actually think they're the sort of side that if they play week after week in the finals, they could put a good block of form together. And I don't think they're a team that too many would want to play if they have their full complement of players at their disposal.
I agree with this, that you wouldn't want to play them if they're at full strength, because we have seen what they've done. But I do think particularly in this division, that those 4th and 5th spots, I can't see someone making a run to make the grand final from there. Yeah. I think it'd be pretty tough.
Okay, well, out of those sides currently, if the ladder stayed how it was now, which of those 2 out of the 4th and 5th place sides is the side that you could say that could go through and have that real run? I mean, I would be leaning to the Beaconsfield.
So right now it's North Ringwood, Beaconsfield. If it's a big if, but if they get those players back, then I would agree. I'd say Beaconsfield. If you're talking just today on what the 2 sides are at, I would say North Ringwood look a bit more scarier. But I agree if Beaconsfield, they're more. I think they've got a better potential. But yeah, as you said, it is going to be. It's almost the clock is ticking on that. And
unfortunately, Montrose's resurgent form in recent forms has just flown and has just put another fly in the ointment, because they're making a late run just for a final 5 spot. So, look, there's still plenty to play out, and Beaconsfield, North Ringwood, and Montrose, in essence, are playing for that 4th and 5th spots.
Agreed. And no disrespect to Norwood today, Spider, but Montrose got to look at this as an opportunity to just pile on the goals, pile on the percentage, because that might come into play at the end of the season. So they've got to just look at this as a gilt-edged opportunity just to go real hard today.
Yeah, they do. The first quarter, they're right from the outset, they're just got to launch and, they just got to put the goals right on the board and, they just got to really go for it straight away. They can't really have a moment in the game where they just go through the motions. So that's the challenge for Nord. What can they do from a defensive point of view today to really pressure Montrose? Can they put enough intent and purpose and pressure around the ball to really frustrate Montrose throughout the course of the afternoon and alleviate that sort of situation?
And Ryan, that Park Orchards North Ringwood game does have some ramifications, especially. I don't think the ramifications are more for North Ringwood than they are Park Orchards. I mean, look. North Ringwood have been stoic and they really have improved since they come off the bye. I think Aaron Fenton ran out of petrol tickets because he used them up all early from his first game back. I think he'll be better for the run. I like the way that North Ringwood moved the ball. However, I just still think their forward structure, they lack a key forward, and I think that's what brings them undone. And I think they're forced... They need their midfield and their runners from that half forward and centre line. They need to predominantly kick the bulk of the score. I like Begg in the ruck. I think they've definitely improved. It's a younger group, and I think it's an improving group. And I like the way that they attack the contest. But I just sort of feel that at the moment, the experience of Park Orchards, they're the go-to side because they can. They know they're one of the very few sides that, even though they're behind, they can still come back and win. And self-belief is a big thing, even at this level.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. And both sides today have got some ins. Like when you look at Park Orchards and you get Tom Wilson here, who played a quarter against Norwood, not too sure if he's going to play the full game or if they're just trying to qualify him. And then for North Ringwood, they get someone the quality of Liam Taylor from VFL back for a weekend. So it's a fascinating contest. As you said, there is more on the line for North Ringwood. Spider, with more on the line, Park Orchards, they want to keep winning and they don't want to lose some form, but they are pretty safe in their position in the top three. They're not going to drop out of that. So when a side has so much more on the line, can you see them putting together the performance and maybe the upset when you'd probably just on paper pick Park Orchards? Yeah,
look, man, I have tipped Park Orchards in this game, but in saying that, I do think North Ringwood do have that ability. If they put it together today, there's no question, if they play similar to what they did last week, they're going to challenge Park Orchards throughout this contest. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes. And with that, of Taylor, that gives them another opportunity, a little bit more. And then, North Ringwood, they're not going to be the finished product yet. And Matt Price indicated that last week. This is going to be a work in progress over the next couple of years. They are a side on the rise. It's just whether they can cement that spot this year and then have a real launch at it in 2026.
I think it just comes down to this, Ryan. It'll be how long North Ringwood, right, can keep themselves in the contest.
In the contest, yeah.
Right. It's just gonna come down to time, because once the intensity drops, North Ringwood, that's when Park Orchards will pounce, and then and Park Orchards are that side that within 4 or 5 minutes they'll put 2 or 3 on.
Well, they're a punishing team, aren't they?
No,
They just punish you on turnover.
Yep.
And if you give them that opportunity, they've just got so many
threats
exactly
what
forward.
happened at Montrose the first day.
And forward stoppage, they are just such a brutal team. Park Orchards, they just make you pay, and they don't miss.
They grind games out. They just find a way to win. So I'm tipping them again today. Baroni versus South Belgrave. Brash, that's another interesting game, and both sides have loaded up. South Belgrave got some big names back in. Luke Dunstan, Blake Simonson back from VFL, Taylor Garner, Kelvin Dureo. They've really got back to their full strength, and obviously they had quite a few go away overseas, and even then that didn't seem to bother them. They still seem to find ways to win. Baronia themselves get back Luke Hannon, they get back Jaden Collins and Ryan White as they attempt to take a big scalp, because if they can officially lock them in for the double chance.
Hell yeah. I actually think, to be honest with you, I reckon the pressures, I think it's a free hit for Baronia today.
It is, yeah.
Yep.
Because they've already exceeded expectations of where I expected them to be. They're currently sitting in the double chance spot. They're not at full strength. They probably won't be at. They'll probably, if they get all their players back and in form, they'll be 98% heading into the final series, because knowing that Begley probably won't play again this season, there's your 2%. But that being said, they can go down to Miller this afternoon. South Belgrave coming off the bye.
There's always a risk, isn't there?
Yeah, and if Broney can jump them and then did what they did to North Ringwood and play that tempo football, and you get Malice and Brasher and Hannon in the midfield that can, start to direct traffic and pinpoint the ball, to the various guises and peaks and edges of the ground and deny South Belgrave possession. Well, that's going to go a long way, Ryan, into them possibly winning the game.
Yeah, I agree. It's a big one for their sake, and I agree. It is a bit of a free hit because of what they've done the last 2 weeks and bank those points and bank now a bit of a gap. Obviously, North Ringwood are on the ladder a game behind, but they have still got the bye to play. So it's basically a 2-game gap, similar to what we've talked about with Noble Park in 5th. So a lot to play out in particularly those 2 games that we'll keep an eye on today. Moving into Division 2, and Division 2 has probably been the hardest one at first to sort of predict how this was going, but the longer the season has gone, we seem to break up into the ladder seems to break up in a few stages where we've got the top 3, which I think are clear ahead. Mulgrave are edging on maybe joining that group. They're sort of in, but they're much better than 5th to 7th or 8th. And then you've got the 2 bottom sides in Eastfield and Lilydale.
I actually think if you're looking for two match of the days, for a difference, the top 2, Templestowe, Surrey Park, pardon me, and Croydon Lilydale at the bottom end of the scale. They're the 2 matches of the day because they're both important for each of those 4 clubs, but for the different reasons. And
what game interests you more?
I think that actually it's the East Burwood Lilydale game is the one that I find the most interesting this afternoon. And the reason why is I already have my mind made up about the pecking order of where Templestowe and Surrey Park fit into this division already. Nothing. There's not going to be anything that's going to surprise me. The only thing will surprise me is which side wins and by what margin. But in this game, the East Burwood, I think there's a lot more conundrums to this contest this afternoon because I think it's a very interesting contest because I feel on their day when East Burwood get everything right, they do everything right and they kick a really good score. But when they don't, it looks horribly ugly. But then on the other hand, I was very encouraged. I've been encouraged by Lilydale's form over the last couple of weeks, and I reckon they've been working up to a win. And I reckon today they're going to see this as a grand final.
Well, it is their grand final, Bruce.
And the thing is, Spider, as you know, sometimes when you've got a side that is really pumped up and knowing what's at stake, sometimes mentally, if the opposition doesn't switch on in those type of games, the game gets away from them very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I spoke about it yesterday, and that Lilydale made the change of coach a few weeks ago. They made that decision. They said, this is not working. We'll cut the cord now. We can see the future, what we want to try and do. We want to get something out of the season. They could have dragged it on and could have kept the coach till the end of the season, gone through the motions, got relegated, and then look for the new coach and approach 2026. They've said, no, we're going to finish the season off last 6 weeks. Let's have a go with a new coach. Let's get a bit more energy into the place. And this is where they find themselves into a situation.
And you're right.
And East Burwood now find themselves in a situation where, Kyle Darby's been the coach this year, and Dovey's doing a good job with the playing group at his disposal. Right, sure, they've had some players come in and out of that team and probably haven't had the balanced team that they would like all year. But they're going to find that they're going to really find out where they sit. And this is a grand final for them in another way. We're going to really find out whether they're a side that are they in survival? Well, they're in survival mode. But if they win this game today, they give themselves another chance to relaunch themselves and have another attempt at over the next couple of years to get some more, go out, get some additional players, balance up the list a bit, and really show that they want to be either a Division 2 club or down the track want to be a Division 1 club. If they don't get that result, they leave themselves wide open, vulnerable, in that relegation race over the remainder of the season, and then potentially, if the wheels do fall off, they do run the risk of being relegated, and then the dynamic of the club once again changes.
Right, at the end of the day, when I sat down and made my tip on this game, I looked at it at the cold heart of the day. If East Burwood were in, and I looked at their list, and if they were in form and playing well against a fit and informed Lilydale, I still think there's 3 or 4 goals difference between the two sides, and that's the reason why I've picked East Burwood at home.
Yeah, and I think around about the 2 to 3 goal margin for me too. But East Burwood will have to play 4 quarters of football.
That's right.
And play with that belief.
Absolutely, I've gone with East Burwood as well. Templestowe Surrey, as you mentioned, just a big opportunity for Surrey Park, similar to maybe Baroni with South Belgrave. If they can have a real crack today, and Jared made a good point yesterday in the podcast, Brash, about the comparison to Surrey Park versus Donvale last year, where they lost 3 times to them before they actually got them in a grand final. But they seemed to get a bit closer each single time, and then you play them in the grand final, and it was an extraordinary game in the end, Brash. But they still found a way to win, and they've got to learn today. They've just got to learn how to beat this Templestowe side that is completely on top of their game at the moment.
I don't think, to be honest with you, Templestowe will allow them that luxury. That's and going with your analogy, it took them 2 or 3 times to beat them, but we're talking a division. As you go up the divisions, the players, the pressure, the game style goes up 20%.
Yeah, and they're a great inside team, Templestowe. The way they use the ball on the inside, you can flip it onto the outside, whereas Surrey Park, their contrast is about speed of ball movement. They're more of an outside running team. They'll transition the ball from defence, and that's how they create their scores, whereas Templestowe, it's all generated from the middle part of the ground.
And I actually think, Spider, and I harp back to that game, and that we covered early on in the season. For that first quarter and a half, Templestowe weren't even in the contest, right? And Surrey Park basically made hay with the conditions, but as the conditions deteriorated, it actually worked in Templestowe's favour.
Well, they grinded them down.
And they grinded them down. And look, the conditions today, I don't think the ground down at Porter Street, and I drove past there yesterday, it's not looking like it's in any distress whatsoever.
Yeah.
I think both sides are going to get a crack at a fair contest, but I just think that Templestowe, for mine, they still battle just a tad deeper.
Yeah, they do.
Their stars are in spectacular form. You've got to back them in, and I am as well.
And Cooper's not in this, and that's
I know.
That's a scary. That is a scary thought.
And we don't know exactly how that's progressing too. When his return is. When that's going to happen, or if there isn't any,
him.
Yeah. Well, if he will return before, and that's the thing too, right? In a couple of weeks' time. Now let's put it on the agenda. In the Templestowe, yes, they win today, and they lock up the top spot going forward. In a couple of weeks' time, when they play a couple of the lower teams, potentially teams like East Burwood, etc. Are you more inclined to rest a few of these players going into a finals campaign to put them in cotton ball?
No, I would not do that whatsoever. Don't flirt with your form and with your players' form leading into the finals. The last thing you want, right, because if you don't play them and you rest them, there's a chance that when they come back, that's when they can do injury because they haven't played. Their body's not playing under the stresses. This is where now, right? You get those players back in, right? You start running them into form, and that's why I think today. I think once again Surrey will be competing, but I just think at the important end of the game, I think Templestowe win this by about 4 goals.
I do remember North Melbourne doing that to
well,
us
Fremantle,
in round 23.
Fremantle been known to do it. Remember back in the day with Ross Lyon, and there has been
Brad Scott.
Yeah, Brad Scott's
cost
done
us the elimination final.
I do it. The one thing I will say that all right, I'll concede at least maybe one player, but I wouldn't be making wholesale changes.
Yeah, no. Look, I don't think you can make that abundance of changes, but there might be one or two that they
because
might shelve away.
Because somewhere along the line, Templestowe are going to have. Templestowe are going to have. They've got a couple of hard decisions to make.
Yeah, it's really just if you're carrying players who are injured right now, and you need to give them that sort of that time. But we'll keep moving through because we've got to jump into Div 3. But Mulgrave take on Croydon at Mulgrave Reserve. Croydon just completely out of form. Everyone's on the lines here.
I'm sorry, Ryan. I just can't even entertain. I can't even entertain Croydon.
Can't consider them on this occasion. No.
Wanturna South play Heathmont. Again, we'd probably be favouring the Devils at home. The Jets have got some outs, so do the Devils, but we talked about that yesterday. Wanturna South, they find ways to win, particularly at home.
Depth for
Correct.
Devils.
Yeah, but I just think their form's flatlined a little bit in the last month since
a little bit, but they have had.
But they haven't lost.
Yeah, and they've had some guys come out, so they're one to keep an eye on.
Yep.
Ringwood versus Waverley Blues. I think this is a real chance for the Redbacks. I don't think they're going to go on the run and play finals, even though the three sides above them have continued to disappoint. But if they win, you have to include them in the conversation because they would draw level on points. And by the end of the day, they could be equal with Heathmont, Croydon, and the Waverley Blues, which is incredible to think.
Well, put it this way, I'm probably going to get chastised for this, but I got this game as the who cares game, and I shouldn't say that because each game is important. But my problem is, you know what you get with Ringwood, and I'm sorry, Brett, I don't want to sound like I'm being disrespectful, and I know Waverley Blues, their form fluctuates under Scott Savage, and that's why
Sam Bates now.
Yeah, Sam Bates, and that's why I'm sort of. Because I just don't know. It's like a box of chocolates. You don't know what you're going to get. Are you going to get a Columbine or a chocolate eclair, or are you going to get a clinker? And
clinker.
Yeah, you know.
I don't think I've had those before. Is that the one with the green and yellow pink ones inside?
Yeah, the clinkers.
Well, I don't know if the Waverley Blues.
So look, apologies. Like I said, I probably shouldn't be disrespecting the game because it's equally important for both clubs. But look, if I'm going to take a pick, I've got to go Ringwood.
Ringwood, okay, yep. Yeah,
I'll stick with the Waverley Blues.
Yep.
Ringwood won last week, did what they had to do, but it wasn't convincing.
I think I tipped Ringwood in the record too.
And I tipped Ringwood last week. It wasn't convincing by any stretch, but just got the job done. But look, I think Waverley Blues, there's too much riding on it for them to not get the win today.
We'll revisit that conversation across the afternoon if we see what sort of chocolates come out of that game.
Yeah, exactly.
From Brush's box. But Fair Park take on the Basin in Division 3. Lions mathematically can stay in the division if they win 2 of their last 3 games. But I think everyone's liking what we've seen from the Basin.
For the Basin, it's a must-win. If they want to play finals, they're still in the mix.
Well, they're fit,
can't afford to drop this game. They've got to see this as an opportunity to put another nail in that 5th spot. They can't afford to lose to Fair Park, and I don't think they will.
Yeah, it's been a great story of the Basin this year. They've really stepped it up after some disappointing seasons. I expect them to win this game.
Knox versus Coldstream. Everyone will be tipping Knox on this
Knox,
one.
Yep.
Same with I'll hold it because Sylvan Scoresby. Talk about the favourable home trip. They're what are they at home? They are 7-1 and they're 0-7 on the road. Brash, what do you reckon?
Scoresby.
Scoresby, but Sylvan, I put him as my roughie because you just never know.
They know this is a danger game, though, Scoresby. They've been consistent. They've been able to avoid those slip-ups. I think they win. Ferntree Gully versus Oakley District.
That could.
Well,
this is
what you're going with.
This is another game that I could classify. Yeah. Well, but I'm going. Look, as far as I'm concerned, Ferntree Gully for mine they've lost the plot. Now, they're done. They're cooked. I think Oakley District, it's coming down to pride now for both these clubs. I just think at the moment that Oakley District, I think they're going well enough to beat Ferntree Gully. They've disappointed me greatly this year.
They've been disappointing, but you would expect Oakley Districts with the quality of players they've got
if Pearson's
to get the game.
I wouldn't, look, to be honest with you, it wouldn't terribly surprise me, gents, at the end of the day, we might see 6 to 8 goals on Blake Pearson's name.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think this could be. I think it'll be a bit of a margin. Oakwood District is going to have too much class, I think.
And the other game, Upper Ferntree Gully taking on Donville, is a big game a big test for Upper Ferntree Gully. If they're going to take a big scalp, keep their double chance alive, this could be it. We're going to have to keep moving forward. And
I'll just quickly say, with Rouser and Duncan back in the side, it's a great time to bring them back right into the contest.
Got Salisbury next week.
3 or 4 games into the final series. They're going to be important players. I think it's going to be a real tough affair up there at Kings Park, but I think Donvale win by about 4 goals.
Agreed. Moving into Division 4, and I wanted to get into this just so we get enough time to talk about Kilsyth, because when we did the podcast, Kilsyth left 2 spots off the player choose list, and we wonder what that is. What are they figuring out here? But they've brought in a couple of players. Jackson Drake, of course, played at the Basin, the Berwick, a great inclusion for them. And one of our favourites, one of Australia's favourites, a maths legend and a ball and football club legend in Jeff Goebbels comes into the lineup.
So how has that happened because he would have needed a clearance at some point?
He's been in. It's been talked behind the scenes, so they've had him for a while. But
so he'd signed a little while ago.
Yeah, but I don't think they ever announced it on the socials.
They never revealed it. Okay.
Yeah, but he's been there. So
because he'd been involved with one of the VAFA clubs as an assistant coach last year.
Yeah, so comes in, and it's made me think that I think
no. I'm not
down.
I'm sorry, I am not going to be seduced by the fact that they've brought these 2 players in. I think Warrandyte are in pretty good form at the moment. Kilsyth's form not so good. I don't think just because they're bringing those 2 players is it going to make the difference. Possibly on the day, but I'm I'm tipping the side that it's got a little bit more consistency and has played a better season than what Kilsyth has at the particular stage, and I think that's Warrandyte.
Yeah, I'm tipping Warrandyte, but geez, some interesting selections with those 2. But if those 2 do play the remainder of the season, it just gives them a small chance to make some inroads.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to happen.
But I still have some question marks on it.
Spider, did you watch Goebbels on maths?
I did see him.
He was fantastic, and him and his partner made it all the way to the end. The only actual successful couple from the show. I know this will be annoying, Brash, this talk.
Put it this way, talk about he played the perfect straight bat in the math series, I'll tell you now. There's no controversy with him, was there?
No, he's very good. The other 2 games, Surrey Hill versus Bullring Temple, so the Bullens expect them to win that game. Churnside Park versus Whitehorse. Now, Whitehorse... I don't know what to make of this because they did defeat Churnside Park earlier this season at Kimberley Reserve, but their last showing against Churnside Park, I know some players are out, but it was almost 100 points at Springfield Park.
I'm actually going. I'm going back to the well. I'm going back with Pioneers
to get it done.
Yep.
Churnside Park for me. Just think that they'll have a bit too much class, particularly up forward. Think they'll be able to kick a winning score. The midfield battle will be interesting, but big challenge for Whitehorse to see if they can replicate what they did at the start of the year.
Absolutely. We're going to go to our last break in just a moment. Just a couple of shout-outs from YouTube. We've got a viewer from Hawaii, one from Bali. Wouldn't mind to be, I like being out here at Noble Park, but it's grim. It looks like it might rain. Sure, the weather's a little bit nicer in Bali.
I'm just happy that someone from Hawaii has decided to join us this afternoon.
Well, hopefully they are serious. Some people take the piss out of us and say they're watching from all sorts of places of the world. But great to have some company worldwide. We're going to take a break here and then bring in the call team for the big game out at Pat Wright Senior Oval. It's Noble Park and East Ringwood in the Eastland match of the round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Pat Wright Senior Oval and Noble Park taking on East Ringwood in the Eastland Match of the Round. A big Premier Division clash. It's first versus fifth. A big chance for the Bulls to test themselves against the top side of the competition, and it's a warm welcome to our call team, starting with Jared Beanland, who'll be riding shotgun with me across the afternoon. Great to be out here at Pat Wright Senior Oval. We usually get down here for the King's birthday clash when they play down here, but other than that, we don't usually come out this way, so good to get a chance to see the Bulls.
Yeah, definitely. A very nice part of the world, of course, Noble Park down in the south, and a great place to call from as well. I really enjoy this balcony setup, and I'm very much looking forward to the view it'll give us of what should be an excellent clash today between a finals contender and perhaps more of a premiership contender in East Ringwood.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Noble Park do get a win here, they'll go a long way to their chances of locking up that fifth spot as they come out into the field now. With a bit of rain hitting us, Matt Spider-Lee, great to have you. Heard your voice at Pregame, and now all the action this afternoon. I'm sure you're looking forward to another Premier Division important clash.
Yeah, good afternoon to once again to you, Ryan, and all the listeners and viewers. Looking forward to today's clash between the top side, the benchmark team, against a team that's on the rise over the last 6 weeks, and they'll really get a real honest assessment of how far they've really truly come over those number of weeks. And look, I really have some optimistic hopes for Noble Park today. I think they can be really competitive. Whether they can win, that's the next big question. But East Ringwood are really looking forward to seeing where they're currently positioning themselves as they run into another finals campaign.
And a warm welcome to Wayne Brasher, who's also on the pre-game. Great to have you. Looking forward to this clash this afternoon. It's going to be an interesting one, a big test of Noble, but great opportunity for them.
Yeah, good. Yeah, thanks, Ryan. And I think the interesting thing is, right, I was very interested in the way with Jared's powered rating on these two sides yesterday. I just thought, Jared, I like the way that you actually assessed these two. Whilst you were bullish on Noble Park, there was also a sense of I'm still on the wait and see brigade with them, and I think you got their rating pretty right. East Ringwood, like you said, they still deserve probably to be the top side, but I think, like you said, that gap's narrowed between them and Blackburn.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's an interesting discussion, of course, when you take the entire ladder and the rankings into consideration.
Too, don't you?
Yeah, I'm up on Bullring at the moment, and I think it comes down to experience. But we did see Noble Park sort of hit their turning point a little bit when we saw them play against Bullring back at King's Birthday.
Yeah, that was an interesting game, and also a warm welcome to Paul Uconi, who's riding shotgun across the afternoon, doing all the scores around the grounds. Great to have your company this afternoon out at Noble Park.
Yeah, thank you guys. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to all the viewers and listeners. It should be a really interesting game this afternoon. East Ringwood, who are the top team at the moment, albeit the gap getting a bit closer, and Noble Park, who've really come up the ladder the last couple of weeks. This will be a really intriguing contest, this one. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, certainly right. We're looking at the ladder. East Ringwood sit on top, equal points with Blackburn. Then Bullring are a game behind, and then it is a bit of a logjam. You've got Roval and Noble Park with the 7 games won, and then Doncaster East, South Croydon and Vermont all with 5 wins. There's a few scenarios that could happen today with all these Premier Division results. So Noble Park, a loss today isn't the worst case scenario, but either way, Jared, it's just such a good opportunity when you do play against one of these top sides, and they failed a test 2 weeks ago against Blackburn. Not the fact they lost, but the fact that they got pummeled and they didn't play well. Blackburn was superb. They can't afford that type of performance again against a top side.
And I heard Steve Hughes on the pre-game, and it was a great interview with him. And he was obviously very honest about his assessment of that Blackburn game, and I'm sure that will filter down to the players as well. And gentlemen, Brash, I think it says a lot about a younger team being able to front up again and not necessarily take the loss too much to heart, and I think that's going to set them in very good stead today against the Kangaroos.
Most definitely, and you know, gentlemen, this could be a very, very interesting round, because if Roval and Noble Park go down today, right, they can basically kiss third spot goodbye. But if Berwick and Mitcham win, then that means we're going to have 4 sides, 2 on 7 wins, 2 on 5, right, still with 4 games to go, fighting for 4th spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And joining us as well this afternoon on Boundary is BT Tennant. Blake, great to have you, and a big afternoon. I believe you've been down at ground level checking the changes, is that right?
Yeah, there's a couple of changes, but I have had one of the great afternoons, I reckon, and just got here as well. Saw some relatives across the road there and popped my head down at Club Noble. Not saying,
signed a few autographs on the way in.
Not saying what I did, but that's a story off air. But
hope it was responsible.
It was responsible enough, Spider. But there's one change for both sides as well, and Remy McLean, of course, ruled out of this game, and Zach McGowan from the Eastern Rangers too, by the way, he's coming in. He's wearing the 38, so Zach McGowan comes in for Remy McLean. And Brad Crouch, he was listed as 35, he's wearing the number 20 today, and I think Arik, I think that's his name, I hope it is his name, Luell, is out for number 35, Anthony Marson. So another Marson playing for Noble Park, jeez.
And what was that, number 20? Was it for
Brad Crouch? Yeah, Brad
thank
Crouch.
you.
Yeah, that's the old Will Sangster number, I reckon. Number 20 for Noble Park. That's a big number to fill.
The way he did say that, it did worry there, where he said Crouch and then just said it was a jumper change. I was thinking that he might be saying that Brad Crouch is out.
It could be a bit of a loss, Luark, because of the height factor.
Yeah, and they aren't a high side, a tall side. Steve Hughes did speak about that in the pre-game. And East Ringwood do have a fair bit of height. And you look at Josh Fox, massive.
Yeah, you put him, Weatherall at centre forward and Fox at full forward. It's a pretty formidable pair, isn't it?
Henry's quite huge as well. Very tall presence. Blake, actually, if you're still there, did you get the number for Anthony Marson?
35.
Yeah, 35. He's wearing the 35. Thank you very much.
Yeah. But, that's the only change. Conditions to be honest, not a great day. I'm not going to talk about the weather because I always jinx it. So you guys can find that one out yourselves. But yeah, it's in my opinion, good day to play footy. Not sunny, not too particularly cloudy. It's a perfect day for footy, I reckon.
Not too particularly cloudy. Look at it up in the sky, Blake.
I don't see a single patch of blue.
No, it's not that cloud. It's not down here.
And the ground's in pretty good nick too, Blakey.
It is.
Right, here we go. First bounce. Noble Park taking on East Ringwood. Henry going up in the ruck, and the ball comes out. And we've already been awarded a free kick, or are we getting a ball up?
Looks like a ball up.
Back in the middle of the ground. Of course, Brad Crouch there now wearing the number 20 this afternoon. Came in the side last week. Noble Park now with the clearance forward on centre wing. The mark is taken there by Dylan Below for the Roos. That's on the chest, and now goes down the line looking for Mundy, who made a good contest at it. Got it to ground level to cause a stoppage right in front of us centre wing.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a very interesting contest here. Very.
Murray, the former Scoresby man, went up in the ruck for Noble Park. No clear possession at the moment. Tovey tried to barge his way through, was upended. This will result in another ball up.
Interesting matchup. Twist and Tweedy on Ben Marson and at the full forward position. It's going to be an interesting contest between two contrasting footballers, really.
Yeah, well, Tweedy in some really good form at the moment.
Brad Crouch looking for the clearance, but the ball skewed off his boot and ended up out in the full. Looks like the free kick will be paid to Damon Delaney, or is it Markick Smith to be brought back for that one? It was. So East Ringwood to load up a little bit, looking for probably a contested mark down the line. Markick Smith kicks a floater, just fell in front of Tovey, hunting for it at ground level. The Roos, it'll end up in another ball up. We're gone just a minute and a half here at Pat Wright Senior Oval. The Bullring, of course, the Noble Park home ground. Henry, just too tall for Murray in that instance. As it's a stoppage-heavy opening couple of minutes at the moment. And we'll see if the weather holds. It might be a fairly stoppage-heavy game if it does not hold up for Blake down there. Dylan Below will be the first to this one, wrapped up immediately by Reardon. And the umpire was happy to pay the free kick. Below hands it off to Delaney. Chiseling ball down the line. Noble nearly got a hand to it, but it spilled out the back. Murray's going to have to bend down for this one. Delaney set himself for this kick. No, went over the back to Below. He just sort of threw himself at the ground, managed to hold possession, but Noble Park will spirit this one away until the intercession of Stuart Donnelly. And we'll have another ball up.
So just 2.5 minutes into this contest, no score just yet. First versus fifth this afternoon, tapped down in front by Murray, who's now wrapped up by Connor Downey. We'll get a ball up in the same position on this side of the ground, the broadcast side.
Home fans certainly let you know you're here when you're the away team.
It didn't take them long, 3 minutes.
I was just asked whether they could be heard. I said, look, I can turn them down, all right?
Yeah, we'll turn them down because I think there'll be a bit of explicit language as the ball comes back out. It's smothered, now picked up by Marek Smith, who is off to the races, now sends the ball inside 50, out the back, trying to muscle his way through was Fox. Gave away the free kick in the process.
Umpire in really good position there to pay that free kick too.
So Noble Park now off the half-back line. We'll send it right where it came from. Underneath this one's Mars, and so's Murray. Delaney is first to the footy, but wrapped up.
And that's the kick that East Ringwood will want. They'll want that Noble Park kick going directly down that line to try and cause that turnover.
And certainly got the height advantage today, do the Roos. Tovey involved. First look at him. He's wrapped up in the tackle by Crouch, and it's fascinating.
Great fill-up for Noble Park to have Couch in the spot the side.
Tremendous for the experience of this playing group.
As well, Sam Gilbert, a couple of ex-Saints as it's socketed across the line there by Waitman, and we'll get a boundary throw in.
Well, you just feed off it if you're a young player playing in this sort of team with those sort of quality players.
And then you got Lockie McDonald, who's had a fantastic season for Noble Park. He's probably be their best player. I reckon he'd be leading their best and fairest quite comfortably at the moment.
He's up there in medal contention for the Chandler.
They've been a standout this year. Here's Waitman. High kick, tapped forward by Murray. Falls into the hands of Gilbert, who's wrapped up. Got the kick away just in time towards the boundary side. There's Crouch, so they're both getting involved. Crouch's kick towards the half-forward line, spoiled over the line by Delaney, and we'll get a boundary throw-in right in front of us.
Promising start by Noble Park. They're matching East Ringwood one-on-one, and they're splitting roughly 50-50 on the stoppages as well. And when they get the ball, they're moving it quite quickly.
Yep. Back into play. They bump off each other, the two ruckmen do. It's going to be another ball in as Connor Waitman couldn't control it. It's right out here in front of us.
Yeah, the forwards for Noble Park just got to continue with that forward pressure and that intensity.
So back into play. Henry will go up in the ruck for the Roos against Gilbert. Crouch sharked it, but was tackled immediately. Yet another stoppage coming here as East Ringwood and Noble Park hand-to-hand combat early on. We've gone 5.5 minutes. No score so far on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Henry, good tap down to Waitman. Waitman will find a 3-on-2 situation in favour of Noble Park. So they, with the numbers, get it away through Taborski. Long kick inside forward 50. And it was cleaned up by Tweedy. He was able to find the exit kick in Sam Walsh. Hemmed in a little bit here at his left back flank. Was able to find a contest, but a good punch away came from Kane Marshall. And once more, we'll have a boundary throw in right in front of us.
Just closing down all the exits at the moment, Noble.
Gilbert against Henry again. Henry this time just takes it out of the ruck, using his height to his advantage. Broderick, however, was able to get it. Ball spills loose. Henry gets the handball away. Walsh juggles it. Ended up in a tackle, though, wasn't fast enough, and McInerney was able to wrap him up. Henry again taps it right down to McInerney, though. Tovey hunting for it, ends up with Seymour, and his kick was smothered out of bounds by Marshall. And we'll have another ball in.
So no score still yet. We've played almost 7 minutes into this first quarter. The ball to be brought back into play once again. Henry using his height advantage to tap that down the throat of Marcus Kane, but couldn't provide any space, and he's wrapped up, so we'll do it all again. Going up in the ruck against him is Sam Gilbert, as we've said. Here's Waitman now going forward for the Roos. Out the back, getting a fist to it, Fox. Fell into the hands of Murray, who handballed it backwards before they go forward and across the line. Getting a hand to it first was Marston before it crossed over. So we'll get a boundary throw in, about 70 out from the East Ringwood goals. Thanks for joining us on Radio East and 98.1 FM this afternoon, or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Premier Division footy and a preview of finals with East Ringwood and potentially Noble Park with the way they're going. The handball there from McInerney. Ball comes out stolen by the Roos, and the kick by Kane was smothered across. In fact, it was out of bounds on the full. No touch there. So I looked down at my paper for a second and I thought that must have been what happened, as Marshall takes the mark here at the half-back line.
So game played between the arcs with plenty of stoppages thus far. Up they go. Bounce off the hands. Nearly to Norris, but Tovey was first to it. Gets handball out into space. Delaney scrubbing kick towards centre half forward. Gathered expertly, however, by Noble. Was able to link up through handballs. And he's run it to the wing now. Manages to get a kick towards the forward line. Leading goal kicker for Noble Park in Josh Stern wasn't able to get there. And boundary line beats him.
Going to be a critical player today, Stern, for them.
Good goal sneak. I believe 19 goals for the season thus far for Josh Stern. Not a high goal kicker for your leading goal kicker at this point in this season. However, definitely handy. McInerney, his kick was smothered. Tovey in there to do the work for East Ringwood. Waitman was involved also. Scrappy stuff.
Is it just me, or that the cricket covers are not over the boundary line? They look like they're actually over the boundary line.
It looks, yeah, it actually does look like they're on the field. I'm not sure how accurate that is.
I think they're just tucked under that fence line there.
No, they're on the field, boys.
They are?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Like it's over the line too.
I know we don't like talking about it, but if someone gets spear tackled on the cricket things, look out.
While there's a ball in here, we'll go to the opening scores.
We've got some scores in Premier down at South Croydon. It's South Croydon 117, a Baldwin 2 behinds, and Berwick and Vermont are 1 straight 6 apiece.
Thanks, Paul, as we're in the middle of the ground here. Big ball to be won. The handball from McInerney came off her hands. It's now back in the hands of Scott McInerney, whose kick works out okay because out the back there is Crouch. Can't quite pick it up and socket across the line by Keedle. And we'll get a boundary throw in on that far side. We've played 10 minutes into this first quarter and we're still yet to get a score for either side.
Nor a shot at goal at all.
I reckon it's probably the longest period, the longest start to a game this season where we haven't had our first score yet.
I reckon so.
And we're currently about 50 out from the Bulls' goals. This could be an opportunity. The handball was cut off. Following up the tackle there, McDonald, keeping it alive. Picked up now by Reardon towards the goal square, and it's picked off here by the Roos, who want to play this on straight away. The kick out of defence. Didn't find its target. Almost did. Norris ended up with the footy. Socket it forward. Cut off here by Fairbank, who goes towards centre half forward. When wrapped up in a tackle, there was the Roos.
The one thing that
Henry.
one thing that Noble Park have done is they're closing up the space that East Ringwood require to stop them from using the whole width of the ground for run.
Tovey first to it, but ended up in a gang tackle.
And they're so good at it, Brash, just being able to do that space.
Here's a challenge for you, Paul, or maybe the other doyens that we've got on. What's the longest we've gone without a score in the starting quarter? Ever.
Ever.
Markick Smith gets the clearing kick. Noble, however, was able to pick it up. Hands off to a teammate. Spiralling ball towards centre half forward for Noble Park. Tweedy interceded. Gilbert was there, however, gets the handball away over to McDonald. That's Jordan McDonald. Tovey ended back up with it again. Manages a kick backwards to Delaney. It was smothered, so the mark wasn't actually paid. Markick Smith now just with a desperate kick out towards the wing, just to clear the space. And another ball in over on the outer side. 12 minutes gone, no score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Like Edwin Flack, a lot of sides come down here and find it really hard in the opening quarter to measure the length of the ground in terms of how they deliver the ball, especially kicking wise.
East Ringwood now to force it forward. Target is Fox. He's worked his way up the ground. Wonderful mark, however, coming back with Jacob Noble. Short kick to McInerney as they try and spread the ground a little bit. Molinaro, the target. Markick Smith, too tall for him. Didn't complete the mark, however, and Molinaro was right there to pounce. His kick inside forward 50 was cut off, and a good mark by Harry Nolan. He was able to read the play well there. On to the wing. Punch away by East Ringwood. Delaney, well, he was challenged by his own teammate there, and it was McGowan ended up drawing the free kick for in the back. No, it was a throw in the end, and Molinaro will take the free kick. So he's a kick and a half from goal. And this looks like a potential, not shot at goal for Molinaro, but at least he could try and find an option.
We'll be kicking from outside 50 if he...
I'd be probably trying to hit someone up to be
honest. Hit a target.
And there is the target, but right in the way was Wetherill.
No one's come even close to a shot on goal in these early stages.
So Wetherill has a short option.
The big W, not target.
Delaney with the half-back line here for East Ringwood. He just goes long down the line, see if he can find a target in this one. Big fly, couldn't quite bring it down, could Wetherill. And out of bounds on the full, unless he stepped out of bounds before he kicked it. So
he nearly kicked that from the change rooms.
And Steve Hughes will be seeing this as a big win so far.
Oh, absolutely.
Stepped out, boys. Yep, so it'll be a boundary throw-in.
Before we get the ball back into play, Paul, you've got a score around the ground.
Some important scores in Div 1. South Belgrave 2-1-13 to Baroni 1 straight 6, and North Ringwood 2 behinds to Park Orchards yet to score.
Thanks, Paul. As the ball brought back into play here, Mundy in front position, got the tap down. Ball going nowhere again, so we're getting another ball up, another stoppage. Centre wing here on the broadcast side, and still no score at 14 minutes played. This Premier Division round 14 clash. The handball back from Broderick. Goes forward now. Dylan Beelo, good mark in defence. As Delaney is a short option, he'll take him. He's found plenty of the ball early in this first term. Again, nothing presents itself, so he has a short pass and finds him. That's Connor Waitman. And they're just working this slowly, waiting for something to present itself. That's a good kick. It's a good hit. And Wetherill takes a mark. He looks to play on straight away. Wheels around on the right boot towards the hot spot. Bennell's there, front position, back in the side this week for the first goal of the game. Bounces it through. Jamie Bennell, welcome back. And East Ringwood get there first. 1 straight 6. Noel Park yet to score. We played 15 minutes in the third quarter.
I think it might be overturned here. The to goal.
Hold it clear. It's 15 minutes gone first term, Brush.
The value of the long kick.
Yeah, it was a clever play, and Bennell on the end of that, and did the right thing and put the score on the board.
Sorry guys, just a class of Connor Waitman just there, boys. You know, just a nice kick to, I believe it was to Riley Wetherill. And
what was the poise, Blake? Yeah, it was the poise.
The run and carry.
Run and carry, yeah, absolutely.
And Wetherill had the right option as well. Paul in the score centre.
Some important scores in the 5 in Division 2. Wani South 3-1-19 to Heathmont, yet to score. And Tempe 1 behind to Surrey Park, yet to score.
Cool.
Mundy in the ruck this time, going up against Gilbert. Downey ended up laying the tackle, however. Broderick couldn't go anywhere. Interesting to see Mundy take the ruck in this game. It was Wetherill to take the second ruck duties against Doncaster East last week. So Mundy, he's been ruckman. He was tag teaming with Adam Swez-Bullock a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
And so doing it again here for the Roos. As we get a secondary ball up. Whistle's gone, so Sam Gilbert wins the ruck lotto in this instance. However, Noble Park wanted to take advantage. I'm not sure if it really was, because Noble's kick was under a bit of pressure. Broderick, well, they ended up turning it over, and Hannon Mundy is going to find Josh Fox. Easy peasy at centre half forward.
That's what happens if you fumble or you turn the ball over. East Ringwood pounce because they always have numbers around that contest.
Yeah,
doesn't matter which part of the ground.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Josh Fox, 48 goals for the season. That's a
fair average.
A fair average indeed. Better than last year as well. 39 goals for the whole season of 2024. Personal best was 77 goals for Cheltenham in 2023. So obviously a lethal goal kicker, and he shows it right there. He's bent it right back. Oh, it was just touched on the line, however. Had the accuracy, yet not quite the distance. East Ringwood moved to 1-1-7. Noble Park yet to score.
I reckon the wind pulled that back a little bit there off the goal line.
So now out of defence here, long down towards the middle of the ground. Waitman got boot to ball, got it forward. They've got numbers, plenty here. Picked up by Downey, got the handball over the top. And towards goal, East Ringwood in the pocket there. Couldn't quite take the mark, could Fox. And out of defence here at the moment for Noble Park. They've got no numbers here. Keedle at the back will take the mark on the chest. It was all white jumpers.
They're going to get the
in
repeat
favour of
entry.
East Ringwood as Keedle goes towards the hot spot. Can they get a mark out of this? Stolen away there by Marshall. Kicked a high one up and under, and it's been cut off by the Roos. And will, I would say, be in range here to have a shot with Sam Walsh. He'll be kicking from 45 to 50 metres out.
I'd be aiming for that
angle.
I'd be aiming for the left goal post, but kicking, making sure that the ball just stays underneath that goal post height.
So Sam Walsh off the right boot towards goal. It fades well right, but still in play. And Fox is able to take the mark. And there was plenty of Noble Park numbers in front, but no one was able to contest with
And that's
Josh
a problem.
Fox.
Well, he just read the situation, didn't he?
Such a big man that can take a leap as well. Really, really hard to man up on.
So he missed the last set shot, but certainly wasn't a bad effort. Just was touched on the line. This one closer in, so the distance will be no problem, but tougher angle. But with the way he's been kicking this year, you'd back him in to bring the margin out to 13 points in the early stage of this first term. Josh Fox lines up and has missed to the left. So just a minor score. They move to 1-2-8. East Ringwood, Noble Park, no score. 19 minutes gone first term.
Paul, some scores.
In Division 3, Upper Gully 4-1-25 to Donvale, 2 straight 12. Knox 5 straight 30 to Coldstream, 1 behind, and Sylvan 1-1-7 to Scoresby, 1 straight 6.
Straight up the middle with the kick in for Noble Park. It was Nelson at ground level, got it to Riordan. And, well, it was a poor handling of the ball there by Noble Park. In the end, the tackle was laid. And, it was a free kick going the way of Noble Park. So Riordan gets it down. Oh, great mark over the top. Fantastic by Jordan Marson. Took a bit of a ride there. And this will be Noble Park's first true shot at goal.
Yeah, interesting kick, good kick, long kick, and it was a great mark, and now a chance to get on the scoreboard after the last 5 minutes where they've certainly haven't had possession of the ball.
Believe it or not, Jared, it was probably a kick made for a taller forward, not a small forward.
It was indeed. Sort of set it up on the top of, I think it was Delaney, he took that over. So Jordan Marson to come in. This would really set the Noble Park fans at ease, but he's not quite done that with just the one behind. But you're seeing the longer kicks become effective in this game. They're sort of saying stuff at the players. Noble Park taking a leaf out of East Ringwood's book. Let's go down to Blake Tennant.
I was kind of happy that one missed.
Why?
He's got money on the first goal kicker. There's something here that he's put money on. We'll go to the scores in just a moment around the grounds. But here's Tuvey. He got the handball over the top here for the Roos and wrapped up. We'll go to the scores quickly. We score.
In Div 4, Whitehorse 2-3-15 to Inside Park 2 straight 12, and Kilsyth 2-1-13 to Warrandyte 2 straight 12.
Fox got the tap down. Aaron Henry, should I say, as the ball is hand passed across the line, and he has actually got money on the first goal kick, I think, Blake.
Was that just for Noble Park?
Responsibly.
I don't know.
Scott McInerney. McInerney, yeah, that's the one.
You've been with the Noble Park faithful putting bets on pre-game. I'm not
Hopefully
sure if that's
the integrity officer isn't listening.
Is Henry?
Yeah, hopefully it's a legal.
Just dropped it, and that'll be a free kick to Sam Gilbert.
Yeah, he gave it to Tovey there.
That's right. Blake's not employed with us.
Well, you were looking to play on. You're lucky you didn't call play on.
Yeah, he was nearly collected by the East Ringwood player then.
So here's Gilbert, who sells the candy and now sends them long into attack. There's a lot of Roos in front. And out the back, taking the mark, using his body well. And Noble Park here will play on straight away. And the goal is kicked. And finishing that off now is Matthew Nelson, who gets his first and Noble Park's first. 1-1-7 the Bulls. East Ringwood 2-2-14.
Brash, they've been coming the last couple of minutes, haven't they? They've looked like they're going to kick a goal, and they finally got it because they've had the ball down in their 50 in their area. So that's a really important step forward for them, particularly when they've had a lot of the ball in this early part of the game.
But I also think both sides have decided that it's enough of this dilly-dallying and chip passing around the ground. Let's go more direct.
Yeah.
And both sides in the last 10 minutes have thrown that caution to the wind, and now the scoring's starting to open up.
Holding free kick. We'll go to some scores in a moment, but we'll see what results of this. Noble Park, as you say, Brush, they are looking to go more direct. Telling his players to clear out the space. This was McDonald, I believe. Kicks it straight to the hot spot, but good mark. Intercepted by Nolan, I believe.
They actually ran away from the contest there, Noble Park.
Nolan looks to play on, kicks it to the outer side, but straight to Noble.
He's been good early, Noble.
He has. Read the play well thus far.
Yeah, he's got a bit of talent.
Centre half forward, Nelson! Sticky hands. Matthew Nelson just kicked the goal and will line up for his second.
Well, they're getting the entries and they're giving themselves every opportunity, so...
It's been like...
they're lively.
Yep.
Well, they're putting pressure on the East Ringwood defence, and I think that's the thing for the Bulls at the moment, that forward line. They've just got to do that.
13 minutes of nothingness, and then 5 minutes each side have dominated.
Yeah.
This will be goal number 16 for the year for Matthew Nelson if he's able to drive it home. We're riding it home, but he's just... Let it fade out to the left.
Importantly, he kicked the first goal for Noble Park, which rules Blake out of his winning.
Multi.
As Tweedy
donation to the Club Noble.
Yes, Tweedy comes out of the event. Big fly, and the mark is taken by Henry.
Jeez,
He is a big boy. Yes, I was just about to say that. He's got
He's got
a lot of height
covered.
on him.
He's got me covered.
We can say that pretty confidently as he goes down the line and getting in front of his teammate there. Murray probably spoiled it away from him, but they've got all the numbers through the middle. Nelson towards centre half forward. Marson flew again, couldn't bring it down. And East Ringwood now look to clear it out just in steady hands, but the long kick towards centre wing. They'll be hoping for the boundary because the numbers are all there in favour of Noble. Stern inside 50.
Beautiful.
Hits up Marson. That is a beautiful kick. And the perfect lead and a great opportunity now for Jordan Marson to go back and kick the Bulls second, but had to be, that's a perfect kick really.
Yeah.
Hit the spot.
He had Broderick short. The Fairbank was actually telling him to go to Broderick, but he said, no, stuff that. I know what I'm doing.
See, Josh Chavey's become a crowd favourite here at Noble Park this afternoon.
So Jordan Marson been involved early, taking a great mark and looking for his first. That stays left, and it's just going to be a minor score. So Noble Park do hit the lead, 1-3-9 to East Ringwood 1-2-8 as we go around the grounds.
Back in Premier, South Croydon 3-2-20 to Bullring 1-3-9. Roeville 1-3-9 to Blackburn 1 behind, and Berwick 2 straight 12 to Vermont 1 straight 6.
Cal Norris, well, he's kicked it straight to Jacob Noble. Just put the ball on the ground, however. Wetherill gets a high up and under. It's not going to result in a mark. Fox worked up his way up the ground. Henry, though, back to Wetherill. Just trying to find some space, but the kick skewed off his boot. Oh, it's going to stay in somehow. Waitman nearly took the mark. Murray was there, however. Boundary line was his friend.
How did that happen? It was going fully left.
Yeah, it was going straight out in the full.
Did it hit a bird in midair or something?
So inside forward 50 it goes for East Ringwood. Noble Park, they're able to hold firm in defence. Just trying to find that option in the exit. Stern is there to receive the handball. His kick has gone to the middle of the ground. Gilbert, great mark at the highest point of the ball. Is able to switch the play up now. Reardon, dropped what he should have taken. You'd classify that as a setter. Oh, Marson again, he's going for it. And he's given away the free kick, pushing the back. Damon Delaney to take it for East Ringwood.
Yeah, Gilbert's starting to create a few issues down at that centre forward position there for Noble Park. His mobility is worrying that.
He's very athletic, Brash, yeah, and he's been that sort of player for a long time.
So Damon Delaney out of defence right in front of us. Hannon looking to spoil that across the line and is successful in doing so. We've played almost 27 minutes gone in this first term, and Noble Park lead 1-3-9 to East Ringwood 1-2-8. It won't be long before the quarter-time break out here at Pat Wright Senior Oval. As the ball brought back into play, is there a chance for a late goal? We're about 70 out from Noble Park's goals, but Downey looks to clear it forward, and there is your siren. And quarter time here, Noble Park will take a 1-point lead, 1-3-9 to East Ringwood, ladder leaders 1-2-8. The goal kickers, Jamie Bennell kicked East Ringwood's 1 goal, and Matthew Nelson with Noble Park's 1. We're going to take a quick break here and be back here from one of the coaches out on ground level. It's the Eastland match of the round, Noble Park leading by a point.
Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Pat Wright Senior Oval. It is Noble Park taking on East Ringwood 1-3-9. The Bulls lead the Roos 1-2-8. And we are going to get stuck into the scores around the ground, starting with Premier Division. Paul, take us through what is happening before we hear from one of the coaches.
In Premier at the moment, Bullring have hit the front against South Croydon. So Bullring 3-3-21 to South Croydon 3-2-20. Rowville 3-4-22 to Blackburn 1-2-8. Berwick 4-1-25 to Vermont 1-6.
Thank you, Paul. As we are still waiting on the boundary rider, Blake, for one of those interviews as the huddles are still there. So keep us what's happening in Division 1 while we're at it.
You'll probably go and interview Scott McInerney and find out why he didn't kick the first goal.
So in Division 1, Norwood and Montrose are 2-3-15 apiece.
Yep.
Beaky 3-3-21 to Murrelbach 1-6. Haven't got an update from Park Orchards and North Ringwood for a while, but North Ringwood are 2 points to Zip, and South Belgrave 2-2-14 to Boronia 1-1-7. In Division 2, Croydon 2-5-17 to Mulgrave 1-1-7, Wanney South 5-1-31 to Heathmont 1-6. East Burwood 2 behind to Lilydale 1 behind. Templestowe 4-3.
Great game. Let's go down to the boundary now with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got Ben Osborne. Benny, your key summary of that quarter?
I thought we hunted them really well. I thought our pressure was outstanding. And, our backs held up really well, led by Dill Beeler. I thought he was outstanding. And, I think they might have had 15 inside 50s from our stats, and they scored 1 goal. So I thought our pressure was outstanding. Just probably bounced out of our forward line a little bit too much for our liking, but that's something hopefully we can clean up this quarter.
You talked about Josh Fox and, how much of an impact he's definitely having, but you weren't happy about your smalls. Is that correct? I think they listen in. Was that something you want to try and work on as well?
Yeah, I think the ball is pretty predictable where it falls with Foxy. It's either in his hands or in front of him. So we just needed our smalls to put a bit more pressure on and keep it locked in our forward line for a bit more time there. And our defenders had to defend a lot.
No worries. Enjoy the rest of the quarter, Benny.
Thanks there to Ben Osborne with Blake Tennant. We'll be back in the middle before with the first bounce. One more score there from Paul.
And just finishing off those Div 2 scores, Tempe 4-3-27 to Surrey, yet to score, and Ringwood 1-3-9 to Waverley Blues, 1 behind.
So Murray back into the ruck. It's going to be Brad Crouch. Gets the handball to Fairbank, running off the half-back line. Kicks it out wide. The option there is Bauer.
I almost said Sketcher.
Yeah,
sacrilege.
So the kick came to centre half forward, bounce off hands. Front and centre was Crouch. Bouncing ball. No clear winner at the moment until Langer's hands on it. There was Kane, and he just slaps it out of the defensive area. Mundy would be first to it, but wasn't able to handle it. Noble Park linking up with handballs through Marshall. And now Murray. And it was a very short kick, but the mark taken. And Noble Park now to try and navigate their way through the defensive pressure of East Ringwood. Pack forms from that kick. Bounced off hands once more. East Ringwood just regaining possession there through Kane, but drowning in the tackle. Holding the ball. So good pressure at Noble Park. Reardon to take the free kick. What do they have on offer? It's going to have to be a canny kick, I think, to be able to hit up a mark here. The East Ringwood Tools, they rule the air. But Noble Park haven't been worried about that too much thus far. This time, Below, Delaney, sorry, this is Below, kicks it out on the full, and it'll come right back through Lachlan McDonnell. Right under the scoreboard, which reads Noble Park 139, East Ringwood 128. 1.5 minutes gone in this second quarter at the Bullring. The kick comes to the forward line, punched away. Hunting for it. Down there is Stern. Might have... he's appealing for a free kick there, but it'll just be the boundary throw-in.
They're getting the re-entries enough, the Bulls. They just aren't getting bang for their buck with scores, but that's due to the fact as what Ben mentioned in that interview, but they are defending well the Roos at the moment.
So can they lock it now inside their forward half? Gilbert in front position. The ball comes out. Waitman looks to get the kick away in time. Now on towards the far side. They link up again through Kane. And the ball goes forward. Cut off here by Noble for the Bulls. The pressure from both sides have been really good. It's going to be held up here and we'll get a ball up on that far side. Out here at Pat Wright Senior Oval. 2.5 minutes gone in this second term. 1-3-9 plays 1-2-8. Noble Park leading. Tap forward from Murray. Waitman almost was held. Got Reardon to compete with now, who slides into this one, and the ball is going nowhere between these two. So right in front of the boundary line, we'll get a ball up as we go to the score centre.
Yeah, in Div 3, Upper Gully 6-2-38 to Donvale's 3 straight 18. Knox 7-2-44 to Coldstream 1 behind. Sylvan 4-3-27 Scoresby 1-4-10.
No.
Ferntree Gully 7-4-46 to Oakley District 1 behind. And the Basin 2 straight 12 to Fair Park yet to score.
Brush is amused by a couple of those results as we get a ball up on the far side. Some talking points for later. Kane involved here. He's picked it off. His opposition has just drops it too across the line. We'll get a boundary throw. And anything else from Division 4?
In Div 4 at the moment, Churnside 3-2-20 to Whitehorse 2-3-15. Kilsyth 4-2-26 to Warrandyte 3 straight 18, and nothing from Forest Hill, Bullring and Templestowe yet.
So Gilbert got the handball away. Crouch chasing this one, but he's over and out that boundary line once more.
Might be lucky, Paul. Might not get anything from that game this afternoon. Forest Hill. And
we haven't had anything from Mitch and Donny East yet either, so...
Oh, well.
I'm sure we'll get some listeners at those games.
Henry head and shoulders above Gilbert, but Gilbert sort of one out there. East Ringwood, though, recover the ball. Tumbling kick forward towards Mundy off his hands. Murray. Mundy was able to scoop it back up, and Fox is the target. Good defensive work, and it's Noble at ground level. Gets it out to Bauer. This is the clamps were about to close. Gets the kick away to Molinaro. Had to take it on the hard volley. Was able to kick it towards the centre of the ground. Two Bulls spoil each other, and Mundy was able to capitalise, come across and take the mark. Kicks it back inside forward 50. Wetherall's got 2 to beat. Just out of his hands. Has to bend down to pick it up. Confronted by McInerney.
He's gone.
And he has been caught. No. Not
Very
quite.
lucky there, I reckon.
I would say so. And boundary throw in. Let's go down to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just as what Ben Osborne was just saying there, you just saw there, Fox just tried to fix that one through, but the smalls of East Ringwood just aren't getting to the ball enough, and Noble Park defenders is playing really well, knowing where Fox is at the ground.
Yeah, putting the squeeze on at the moment.
And that's because East Ringwood's forward pockets are pushing too far up the ground because they're struggling with the length of the ground at the moment, Blake.
So hand-to-hand combat at the moment. Tovey's not going to escape there.
Completely agree there, Brash. And there's a tiny little bit, not sprinkling sort of rain at the moment down here at the Bullring. So there you go.
Conditions about to become a bit slick. So skills will be at a premium if this rain continues. Another ball up.
They're being really disciplined, aren't they, Brash, the Bulls' defence at the moment?
They're not doing anything wrong.
No.
Murray with the tap. McDonald, fresh airy. Was able to bounce into Markick Smith. McDonald turned tackler with Stern.
It's exactly the same game plan that they bought against Baldwin early in the season, Spider. It's just going to be a matter now of how long they can keep this game plan up.
Yeah, it's been tremendous buy-in over the last 6 weeks just to hold their nerve with it.
Umpire's blown the whistle, and he's just going to bring it back for the ball up. Up goes Mundy, gets the tap down. Trying to bustle his way through. The East Ringwood player there in Downey.
Around the grounds.
Yeah, some important Div 1 scores. Park Orchards 3-8-26 to North Ringwood 1-4-10, and South Belgrave 2-2-14 to Boronia 1-2-8.
3-8. Jeez. Just shows you how many times they're getting it in the inside 50 there, Park Orchards.
So the second quarter has very much started like the first, stoppage after stoppage. McInerney, however, read that well. Scrubby kick, however, onto the wing. Stern tackles, and we'll have another ball up out there. 7 minutes gone in this second quarter. It's still 9-8 in favour of Noble Park.
Just see where the Roos are missing James Bulow at the moment, can't you?
Yeah, they've got the extraction.
Blood rule.
Looks like Crouch is coming off, potentially.
There's another bloke over
Reardon,
there.
I think.
Yep.
Do you know who that is?
Reardon, I believe.
Yeah, I'll try to chase that one up. There's
The
two
thing
now.
is, they're all coming off.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Full rotation.
Just on this, we're 7 minutes into the second quarter, 139 to 128. There is going to be a stage potentially in this quarter where one side will break it open, and at this stage, who would you favour that towards, Spider?
Oh, we always lean towards East Ringwood, but Noble are doing everything right at the moment from stoppage point of view.
Well, here they go again, East Ringwood trying to break through the clearance. Two got hands to it first, socket off the ground by Broderick, and now it's cut off again by East Ringwood. McGowan involved, late inclusion. Downey tapping it forward, cut off here by the Bulls, and bouncing ball, and they might be out. Out the back there is Stern, picks it up nicely, can have the set shot on goal, hit up a target, got players out everywhere, went through the legs of Marson, did enough, spun around the right, put it through for Noble's second. There's claims that it was touched, but the umpire has said all clear, and the goal is kicked by Jordan Marson, and Noble Park moved to 2-3-15 to East Ringwood 1-2-8.
Well, they've dominated the play in the opening stanza of this quarter. They have to make hay while the sun shines whilst they've got the momentum, because as we've just alluded to, there's going to come a time where East Ringwood are going to get their moment. So every goal and point that Noble Park can take, when it's going their way, they've got to take it.
Yeah, it's going to be valuable, and that stoppage work too was really good. Just the way they were able to grind their way forward and create that scoring opportunity.
Reardon was with the blood injury as well, boys.
Thank you very much, Blake. Crouch gets the clearance, bouncing ball at centre half forward. Hunting it is Marson.
Free kick,
Free kick's been paid. And it's going to go, advantage paid as well for Noble Park. And the mark's been taken in the forward pocket. And it looks like this is, I'm going to say, Josh Stern.
Yep.
So 19 goals for the season to Josh Stern.
He's been busy, hasn't he, Josh Stern?
He's been good, yeah.
It was his kick that set up a shot at goal earlier that went to Marson. Marson missed, unfortunately, but getting involved.
He's got big shoes to fill with that jumper number.
Very deliberate run in. He's just skimmed it across the face of goal, and it will end up as one behind, 2-3-15 to 1-2-8 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Let's go around the grounds with Paul Uconi.
Yeah, in Div 2, the top two sides are winning the grand jackpot at the moment. Wani South 7-1-43 to Heathmont 2 straight 12, and Tempe 4-3-27 to Surrey 1 straight 6.
Here's Henry. Went out without it. Dylan Billow picks it up. Handballed over the top. Wetherill and Waitman's there. Waitman might just handball it to himself. If he picks it up cleanly, can't quite. It is slippery out there. Wetherill's there to help. The Bulls have got some numbers as well. One of them, Quaif, who's been awarded a free kick against him, and it is going the way of Wetherill, who right in front of us, the outside 50. Tough kick from here with the angle considered as well.
And the wind just picked up.
But he is a beautiful kick of the football, and
I
does look
don't
like
think it'll be too long before the lights come on, gents.
it doesn't look like. It certainly looks like he might take the set shot from here. So he lines up. We're right behind this one. Wetherill, kick on its way, stays right and sneaks through just for a minor score. And that moves East Ringwood to 1-3-9. Noble Park 2-4-16. 11 minutes gone, second term.
And just quickly, another Div 2 score, and a side trying to keep their finals chances alive. Croydon are currently up against Mulgrave. Croydon 3-6-24 to Mulgrave 1-1-7.
Fairbank set a task for Broderick. Broderick was equal to it. It was only a short kick. Oh no, smothered by Wetherill, the man on the mark. Fairbank had to react quickly. Broderick trying to make up for his mistake. East Ringwood, no clean possession just yet. Good tackle laid by Noble. Disaster averted.
Yep. One bullet dodged.
But it's still a stoppage here in East Ringwood's forward line. So there is a chance. Tovey taps it. It's Bennell around the body. The bounce did not favour him at all, and Taborski can breathe a sigh of relief as he watches it just go over for a behind.
Just been a couple of let-offs there for Noble Park, a couple of turnover and a couple of skill errors.
So Crouch taking the kick in here for the Bulls. We'll switch it towards the far side. Strong mark by Fairbank out at the half-back line here for Noble Park. Leading this game by a goal, 2-4-16 to 1-4-10. Not much ahead of him. As the short option to McDonald, who takes the mark on the chest. Had a fantastic season as Lachlan McDonald. And again, the slow play, nothing.
He's got no one to kick it to.
This is a bit more stagnant than before.
Certainly, so
but I actually don't mind
to go
the slow
long
play.
down the line. Big fly, Tuvey got hands to it. Couldn't quite bring it down. Involved again there, Downey. Picked up by Molinaro and wrapped up in the tackle. Quickly around the grounds.
In Div 3, Upper Gully 6-3-39 to Donvale 5-1-31. Knox 7-2-44 to Coldstream. 2 behind St Sylvan 7-5-47 to Scoresby 1-5-11.
Fairbank inside 50. Marson chasing this one. Just got the handball away in time. Here's Gilbert breaking away off the left boot. Sneaking through for a minor score.
Should have hit up McDonald there.
Missed opportunity there for the Bulls. 2-5-17 to East Ringwood. 1-4-10. 13 minutes gone second term.
Yeah, had the chances, didn't he, Brush, there?
Yeah, you sort of feel like that Noble probably should be a couple more goals in front, I reckon.
They should
on the balance of the play.
Yeah, they have left a few goals in the shed, haven't they?
Yeah.
But I don't mind the slow plays at times from Noble. I think they're really frustrating East Ringwood.
Delaney, long kick, just onto the wing. Great mark, however. And Noble Park, they've set up this iron curtain. Taborski was the main man in this case. They play on with handballs and kick it to centre half forward. However, it's going to come right back. Now, East Ringwood, floating ball towards their forward line. Bennell, he's out on his own. He's got so much space to work in. Noble tried to close the distance, but Bennell didn't mind. He kicks East Ringwood second and his own second as well.
Yeah, well, fantastic end-to-end transition and out the back he was there, and he's been good in his return, obviously, today with the 2 goals so far, and it probably hurts Noble Park because they've been, as you said, Brash, potentially 1 or 2 goals that they've left on the table, so it seems the way it goes. You don't put through your opportunities.
Turnovers, right? It's just simple as that. When you turn the ball over and it turns back the other way, it pays dividends on the scoreboard, and Bennell equal to the task.
So back in the middle again, 2-5-17 playing 2-4-16. 4.5 minutes gone, second term on the Bendigo scoreboard. We'll get the ball up as Gilbert goes up and gets front position in front of Mundy. McDonald chasing this one. Picked it up nicely. Got the handball over the top. Just into space in front of Marson. The handball back from Molinaro as the kick was smothered. Big opportunity here for the Roos to get it off on the turnover, but Stern follows up the mistake with the tackle, and we'll get a ball up on that far side, just around the grounds quickly.
In Div 4, Churnside 5-3-33 to Whitehorse 3-3-21, and Kilsyth 6-3-39 to Warrandyte 3 straight 18.
Out the back here is Stern, got numbers behind him. Taborski wrapped up in the tackle. They'll be holding the ball. Free kick to the Roos. Weatherall will use the play on advantage. And now towards the half-forward line. Fox is there. So is Bennell. He's dangerous, but this time he's going nowhere because he is wrapped up and not given any space. So the ball up on the arc.
Yeah, closed in the fast play there.
Forward 50. Mundy and Gilbert again go at it. It's picked up by Broderick. Broderick's kicked down the line. Flying with that one. Got the fist at the back was Nolan, which worked out well for the Roos. They go forward again, but picked off by Bodie Lambert just before it went a bit out of bounds on the full. He's got Nobles, a short option in the back pocket for the Bulls. Can switch the play potentially, or can just go down the line again. And that's what he'll do. Noble towards a big pack of players in front position. Mundy, great mark. Did he have enough of it? Not quite.
Just
the umpire has
he's either paid the
Yeah,
mark,
I think it was out of...
or he's gone out in the full.
But while they have that discussion, just quickly...
Just quickly, got our first score from Walker Park for the day at quarter time. Donny East 3-1-19 to Mitcham 2-2-14.
So Mundy got the free kick. Oh, sorry, he took the mark. It was paid, and he's hit up Weatherall, the juggle, but was able to bring it down. And now Riley Weatherall can go back and have his set shot on goal. Pretty much the same type of shot from this side, just on the opposite forward flank. A little bit closer, but it's a tough angle. And again, he's a great kick of the footy, so certainly wouldn't surprise me if he puts this through. Riley Weatherall, great kick off the boot, and it's just missed. So a minor score, and that moves East Ringwood to 2-5-17. Noble Park 2-5-17. Scores level with 7.5 minutes gone, second term.
Lockie Quaife to bring this in. Fascinating arm wrestle of a game. Both sides not minding to dig trenches and fight within them. Quaife, floating ball. Gilbert, the target, came over the top. Markick Smith, however, roved it, kicks it to a very dangerous spot. Bennell was there, coming over the top. There was excellent spoil by Lambert. Bennell recovered well and kicks his third.
Ever the opportunist.
Oh, it's been the story of the day at the moment for East Ringwood.
Yeah.
He's so dangerous up forward,
Well,
bro.
he's the difference in the game at the moment between the two teams. He's very busy. He's very creative up forward, and he's really getting to the contest when he needs to. And ultimately, he's been able to hit the scoreboard.
I would say Tobin Brothers goal of the day leaderboard.
Yep.
Yeah, at the moment.
Yep.
And that's the thing. I mean, like I said, Noble Park once again have probably dominated probably 75% to 80% of the play in the quarter, but they don't have enough to show for it.
Yeah, there are just some areas where they just haven't been able to be polished enough to get the ball into their, not with the full territory game.
Another stoppage here in the middle.
That being said, they probably can be thankful that the two East Ringwood, Weatherall and Fox, haven't really had an impact in the game yet.
Yep. So the handball from Reardon got it off to Stern, who kicks towards the half-forward line here for the Bulls, slipping over the wrong time, McDonald. And we'll get a ball up, but right where the Bulls want it, just outside their forward 50, opportunity to get one back themselves. They're right in this contest as we almost enter time on in this second term.
Yeah, critical time.
Tap down, going nowhere. Umpire letting play on just a little bit before he says, give it to me.
And one thing Noble Park have also been able to do, they've taken Tovey out of the equation a little bit as well. He's not getting his hands on the ball.
The ball comes back out, falls into the hands of Stern, who just couldn't quite pick it up. Fumbling forward there is Tuvey, who's able to break through. An important possession there as Kane got it off, and now they go forward through Downey towards the half-forward line. Big ball to be won. Couldn't quite take the mark, could pick up. Out the back is Noble. Handball just in hope in the end. It still manages to fall into his hands as they link up through Marshall. Back out to Quaife. Steps around his opposition, hits up Marston. That's a great kick. So Marston now. That's a poor kick though. That's a turnover right into the hands of Walsh. Underdid the kick and bit of miscommunication there as Walsh looks to pass it off to Delaney. Got Beeler over the top. Bouncing in front of him. He's able to pick it up cleanly. Now runs himself into trouble. Bodie Lambert.
Yeah, good call.
Couldn't step around Lambert, and Lambert now looks to use the corridor. Sport from behind there by Henry. Back to Lambert, who picked it up off the spoil. Noble Park moved forward through Bauer. Marson there, couldn't quite take it. Gilbert tries to go with the don't argue. Over the handball away from Broderick to Nelson, who has a flying shot on goal, which is out of bounds on the full. No score there around the grounds.
In Premier South Croydon, 6-4-40 to Bowen, 4-5-29. Rowville, 4-6-30 to Blackburn, 2-6-18. And Berwick, 5-2-32 to Vermont, 3-2-20.
Noble Park are probably going to be looking at that South Croydon game against Bowen with a lot of interest as the Bulldogs make their charge late into the season. Henry was able to scrounge it at ground level. Hannon Mundy, his kick was completely affected by the tackle, so it's come to Noble, kicks it to the hot spot. What do Noble Park have there? No, it's all East Ringwood. Mark taken by McGowan. Now they play on East Ringwood. They want to go quickly through Keedle. Just marches down the wing, manages to kick it to Fox. Jones is playing Fox really well this game. He's going to have to tackle him there. No, Jones couldn't do that, and it's come now to East Ringwood. Flying kick to Waitman. Marks it on the arc. He's going to look for options. Into the pocket. Bennell's there. Noble. Jacob Noble. He's played one hell of a game down back. Read the play excellently and has taken yet another intercept mark. He'll set it up to the pack. Good mark taken there by Nelson. Matt Nelson, he's kicked 1 goal for the day. Now playing up the ground a little bit. Searching for options. The corridor doesn't look to be available at the moment for the Bulls, so he'll send it down the line once more. The Flyers flight's going to spill out the back. So it came to Tweedy in the end. Mundy was able to outpoint his man Taborski. Taborski couldn't keep his feet. Mundy still pressured, however. Noble's there again. And nearly with the flight of the ball, nearly took it. It's landed in the hands of Bennell. Another shot at goal. That's got to be a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender.
That is goal of the day.
And he has kicked 4.
Unbelievable, really. This is a beautiful snap.
Yeah,
that's class.
Isn't it? Yeah.
What's going up with his top?
Yeah, I was confused there by which team he might have been playing for.
So 4-5-29 to 2-5-17.
I think
he's kicked 4 and
he's kicked all 4 of their
Any
goals.
scores around the grounds?
I think, sorry, Paul, before you go, I think he was just wearing the undershirt, boys. So, because it is a bit cold, so I think that's what you were asking for, boys.
Yeah,
back in the middle again.
we were.
So
I don't know what happened there, a little bit of a blank there.
So we've got a ball up in the middle of the ground, tapped down by Henry. As the ball comes back out and towards centre wing. A big tackle laid there, and it's all
should have got a free kick
Ringwood
there.
at the moment. It's been the Bennell show. He's kicked 4 goals for the game.
And it's been off the back of turnover as well.
So tapped down again by Henry. McDonald, handball towards the boundary side. Kept alive by Crouch and out of bounds on the full. So important couple of minutes here for Noble Park. Got to settle before the half-time siren.
Yeah, it's got to hang on here.
Yeah, they don't want to go in 3 goals down here, Noble Park.
So East Ringwood now, they're really threatening here to stretch the margin once more. Continuously on the attack at the moment. It's all Noble Park here in this contest. They all fly. But one of the 2 East Ringwood men took the mark. And this is going to be Weatherall. He's had a couple of shots at goal so far this game. They have been difficult shots. He's missed.
That was really
each of them. Go on.
That was really poor there by Noble Park. 6 blokes going up for the mark, no one down, and Weatherall just timed it, and it just fell into his lap, really.
Yeah, just all over committed.
Riley Weatherall kicks it from the arc. Is he going to slot this one? Yes, he is. And now East Ringwood are starting to build a lead in the shadows of half-time.
Yeah, it's starting to look like they could nearly open this game right up, so Noble really got to be careful here. They've done a lot of things right up until this period, but there's some turnover games and there's some opportunities where they've over-committed Brash, particularly down back with a number of those players flying for that last contest, which opened the gate for another shot at goal.
Yeah, look, and you could tell the senior guys when they walked away from that contest, they were shaking their head because they exactly knew what they did wrong.
Yeah, so they've got to learn from that, but this is a real important part of the game.
Well, you're right now. 5-5-35 to 2-5-17. Biggest margin of the game thus far, a 3-goal margin. What can Noble Park do to steady the ship?
Free kick there, push.
Giving away the free kick has earned Henry. So the ball will come back in towards the middle of the ground, and Murray will take this.
They need the next goal, I would think, Noble Park, just on the half-time, just to steady themselves.
Well, just don't concede a goal. That's what they've got to do here.
So here's Noble running forward now inside 50. Out the back or in front position. Couldn't quite grab it there. As the ball comes out to Below, wrapped up, and we'll get a ball up inside 50 for Noble Park.
And East Ringwood will probably try and lock it up in the last few minutes, not take any chances and play the percentages.
Yep, let's take heat out of the game.
Tuvey. The clearance out of defence towards that far side. Kane involved there. So it's Crouch at ground level. We'll get another ball up. It was Connor Downey wrapped up in the tackle. It's a 3-goal margin. 27 minutes gone second term. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM and our Facebook and YouTube streams. Handball over the top from Marshall towards the boundary side. East Ringwood with some numbers. They'll move the ball forward. Out the back is Noble, bouncing into his hands, luckily, because he's got Weatherall right there. They aren't clean with the footy, and we'll get a stoppage just outside East Ringwood's forward 50.
2-5-17. That's Noble Park, East Ringwood, 5-5-35, 27 minutes gone, and there is the halftime siren. So thank you so much for joining us here on the EFNL Eastland match of the round. It's, as I said, Noble Park 17, East Ringwood 35. Jamie Bennell with 4 goals, Riley Weatherall with 1, that's East Ringwood, and 1 goal for Jordan Marson and Matthew Nelson as well for Noble Park. We'll be back on the other side of this for the halftime show, so do not miss that.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Half-time here down at the Bullring this afternoon. East Ringwood hold a handy 3-goal lead, 5-5-35. To Noble Park, 2-5-17. Leading goal kicker Jamie Bennell, sensational second quarter with 3 goals for a total of 4. But now, before we talk about the game in general, let's go through all the important scores at half-time. And welcome back to Paul Yaconi. Paul?
Thank you, Brash. Starting off in Premier Division, South Croydon 6-5-41 to Bullring 5-5-35. They're trying to keep their season alive, South Croydon. Blackburn are in front of Rowville. Blackburn 4-7-31 to Rowville 4-6-30. Berwick 6-3-39 to Vermont 4-3-27. And Donny East 3-1-19 to Mitcham 2-2-14. Of course, that was a quarter time score.
I'm sure that'll come through again a bit later on.
Hopefully so.
What we got in Div 1, Paul?
In Div 1, Montrose have kicked away from Norwood in the second quarter, so it's Montrose 9-7-61 to Norwood 3-4-22. Beaky 7-5-47 to Murrabak 2-1-13.
And that's important.
That is very important for Beaky because they're trying to keep their finals. They're trying to keep touch with the top three. Park Orchards 5-9-39 to North Ringwood 4-5-29. Important game for both those sides. Park Orchards trying to keep in touch of top, while North Ringwood trying to keep in touch with the top three. And South Belgrave 5-3-33 to Baronia 2-5-17 in
Div 2, Paul. Let's go to Div 2.
In Div 2 at the moment. Some interesting scores in Div 2. Croydon, who are trying to keep their finals hopes alive as well. They laid 6-8-44 to Mulgrave 3-3-21. Wani South doing it comfortably over Heathmont. Wani South 10-3-63 to Heathmont 2-12. Blake?
Yeah, I've just seen as well. Thanks for that score, Paul. But the East Burwood Lilydale game, it says the game has been abandoned.
Really?
But it's Lilydale 63 to East Burwood 24. I'm not sure what's going on there.
I'm sure. Well, I'm sure we'll hear more about that as we go on. Let's.
Sorry to interrupt you, Paul.
No, that's all right.
Yep.
Tempe doing it comfortably over Surrey Park. Tempe 7-5-47 to Surrey 3-1-19, and Ringwood 4-5-29 to Waverley Blues 2-3-15. Has a big effect on Waverley Blues trying to keep their season alive, but kind of keeps Ringwood's season alive.
Yeah, let's go to Division 3. And Sylvan were up halfway through that second quarter. What's the score there, Paul?
Yeah, so the score at Sylvan, they're up by 42 points at half-time over Scoresby, 9-6-60 to 2-6-18. The Basin lead 3-3-21 to Fair Park 3-2-20. Upper Gully 6-4-40 to Donvale 5-3-33. Upper Gully were up by 4 goals early in that game, so Donvale have come back into that game a little bit. Knox doing it comfortably, not 10-3-63 over Coldstream 3-4-22, and Ferntree Gully well on top of Oakley District. Ferntree Gully 11-9-75 to Oakley District 4 behinds.
I can't fathom that score. Let's go on to Division 4 now, Paul.
And in Div 4 finally, it's 5-3-33 apiece between Churnside, Park and Whitehorse, and Kilsyth 6-3-39 to Warrandyte 5-30.
Well, that's an interesting lot of scores that you brought us there, Paul. Interesting of that East Burwood Lilydale game. I'm sure someone will let us know on the hotline about what's going on down there. But gee,
that's a big win by Lilydale.
Yeah, it's a big score. Let's quickly turn to.
It depends what time it was. I don't know what the rules are. Where the points go. If it was before or not that that's important at the moment, but
I'm wondering whether it's come down to. It could actually. I wonder if it come down to a player getting severely injured.
Hopefully not.
And hopefully not. But normally those games don't get abandoned unless it's something very serious.
But yeah, well, from what when I was umpiring Brash, is that we got told if it's over 30 minutes or something.
Yep.
Something you got to call it off or something. So that's something. But I'm sure we'll get some things, and I'm sure you got some.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you. You've been on the boundary line and
rugged up.
And I was having a look at East Ringwood, and look, Noble Park. They haven't done anything wrong.
No, they haven't. No.
But they don't seem to have cashed in on the opportunities they've had.
Yeah, indeed, and as I had the interview there with Ben Osborne, and he was just talking about how much of an impact Josh Fox is having. He's having a good impact, but the smalls of East Ringwood I feel like they're not in the right spots. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, there.
I do. And like Benell's getting these incredible goals, and he's playing terrific as well. But I'm going to give a lot of flowers to give to Noble Park's defenders.
Yep.
They're sticking around. They're having a crack, having a dig, which is great. It's a scrappy sort of game, unfortunately, for this one. But it's just the way Noble Park has sort of been playing, like a slow, and then they push forward in the centre of the ground. So the forwards of Noble Park, if you look at Jordan Marston, he's having a pretty solid game down forward as well. But there isn't any tall forwards there, Brash. Have you noticed that? It's a very small, medium sort of forward line down there.
No, and the thing is too, Blake, I think actually East Ringwood are actually struggling with the length of the ground. I just think that there's some of their players, and this always happens, and it's the same game. It's the same thing when you go down to Edward and Flack. It's that extra 20, 30 metres that you don't plan for, because most of the grounds are a certain diameter, and I think what happens is one of your lines, like your half-forward line or your centre line, or even your full-forward line, push up too far, and they pull themselves out of the contest.
Yeah, no, I can't agree more there, Brash. And I just want to ask you, I know you asked me, but I want to ask you, do you see East Ringwood being too good, or can you see this game blowing out, or what do you feel for this one?
Oh, look, I just sort of feel that the way... I just thought in the last 10 minutes, I just thought that East Ringwood...
Oh, yeah, got on top, yeah.
Yeah, they got on top, and I think it was just really based on some some turnovers, and probably the most glaring one was that mark of Weatherall's where six Noble Park players went up for the mark, and there was no one down, and the balls actually fall into Weatherall's hands. And, I mean, he's kicked a lovely goal from it. But I just sort of feel like that for all the good work that Noble Park have done, and they've run the ball, they've tackled hard, they're just for mine, Blake, they just have not got enough value for their buck. East Ringwood, and I know Ben Osmond said this, he goes, look, they had 15. They've probably had 35 inside 50s for 2 goals 5, and I think that's what Ben Osmond will be thinking about at half time.
Yeah.
And that's where it is.
And just quickly, Toby's impact. He's had definitely a lot of packs in there, and he's doing well, but he hasn't really impacted the way we know. So
yeah, look, and I think Tovey was well held early in that quarter, just wasn't getting the extraction or the right, or he was struggling to get into the play. But that being said, sometimes you don't need, all the good sides don't need a lot of opportunity. Well, Blake, that's it for half time, mate.
It's always a pleasure to talk footy with you, Brash.
No worries, and it was a pleasure. Do we come back? The call team will assemble for the second half. It's the big clash here down at the Bullring. It's Noble Park versus East Ringwood.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Bullring Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Pat Wright Senior Oval. Noble Park taking on East Ringwood. And at half-time, it's 5-5-35. The Roos leading Noble Park 2-5-17. We're about to go for this second half out here at Pat Wright Senior Oval. Jamie Bennell being the star of the show. Kicked 4 of the Roos 5 as they take a 3-goal lead into this second half. And back in the middle again, Henry up against... It's actually been a free kick here awarded to Waitman out of the middle as Tuvey as a short option to his right. Back towards the middle of the ground. Cut off by Stern, got a fist to it. Going back, Crouch. Handball back in towards the corridor. Picked up by the Roos. Tuvey inside 50. And now Noble Park can rebound with the inset mark.
Cut off by Harley Fairbank, there it was. Just prevaricating a little bit in the back line. And it ended up as a kick towards Bauer, but way out in front of him and over the boundary line.
Really important here that Noble Park don't concede the opening 2 goals here. Otherwise, the game could slip away from them very quickly.
Yeah, the floodgates could open.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a quick score if they've got here from Blackburn and Roval. Ryan, Blackburn have just gone Wooshka 8-10-58 to Roval 4-8-32.
Wow, big stuff there.
Bit of territory gained from that contest for Noble Park, but little else. Another boundary throw in. So, Henry against Murray in the ruck contest. Falls in front of them, but Fairbank gets it to McDonald. That's Lockie McDonald. Leading up at the ball was Gilbert, though. It eluded him, and Noble Park will get a stoppage in their forward pocket.
So, Brash, the Bulls here, they just want to do what they did simultaneously in the first quarter.
But they've got to score.
But they've got to score.
We're able to see them do that against Bullring. Let's see if they can outfox East Ringwood similarly for a couple of quarters and maybe not have the final quarter they had against Bullring. Scrubby ball towards the goal square. The goalkeepers were there for East Ringwood. It came away through, that was Donnelly, and the mark's been taken.
Wetherall.
By Wetherall.
It's been good.
Searching for options. Noble Park trying to gum up the ground a little bit. And Murray as well. Read the ball well. Sticky hands. Wanting to play on also. Noble Park to switch the ball. That's a dangerous kick. Markick Smith was able to capitalise on that. He's going to take a shot at goal. This could be the first of the quarter for East Ringwood. What a mistake by Noble Park. They let that one through where they really shouldn't have.
It's that turnover again, Spider.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we've just been talking about. It's that, you know, once you turn the ball over, you just leave yourself open. The ball's coming back with interest, and you're going to pay the ultimate price. And East Ringwood they just make you pay on the scoreboard.
And that was a 1-on-5 in the end, and the one won it.
East Ringwood 6-5-41, Noble Park 2-5-17 ball.
And it's where you make
towards the centre of the square, and a four-goal margin is now putting the Roos in the box seat for this one. What sort of response can we get from Noble Park here? Back in the middle again, won by Waitman. Waitman's clearance forward too. He's, in fact, standing underneath that one was Seymour. The Bulls with some numbers, handling towards the centre of the ground. Picked off that time by Donnelly. We'll get a ball up in the middle of the ground. 3.5 minutes gone, third term. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, Facebook and YouTube. Ball comes back down. Tuvey and Fairbank. Fairbank got the handball. Here's Tuvey getting involved early in this third term. In the direction of Fox. Bennell at ground level. He's been dangerous. He's kicked 4 already. This time he's going nowhere when he's been caught for holding the ball. So Noble with the free kick for the Bulls.
To me, that was more a ball up, not a free kick.
Yeah, I agree.
Jacob Noble takes as much distance as possible. Murray was there. It came down to Molinaro. Crouch, he's going to have to work this one out. Murray, a little bit cumbersome in that contest, and his kick was intercepted immediately by McGowan. Kicks it towards centre-half forward for the Roos. Seymour gets a handball away. It was speculative. Put Wetherill under pressure. And the ball up will come.
Just a small update for you on that Lilydale East Burwood game. I have my own contacts as well, and it is still going.
Yeah, it was 4 goals 7 to 1 goal 3 at half time. I actually made a call to some key people at East Burwood, and they've confirmed that game is still in progress.
Well, I tried Gary Winder, but he's actually in Queensland, so he made calls for me.
Oh, it just, sorry to cut you off there, just it says abandoned on Play HQ, so luckily that game's still going, which is good.
Technical issues. Apparently it's 31-9 at the moment.
Yep.
Gilbert was wrapped up there as he tried to lead up to the ball.
Who's winning that game?
East Burwood were winning.
Right.
Yeah, and they kicked with the wind in that quarter.
East Ringwood to get the clearance. Try to get it back into their half of the ground. It ricochets back, but East Ringwood had the presence there. Numbers with Noble Park on that kick. Bennell is going to pressure his man. Lambert got it to Murray. Bounced off an opponent. His handball picked up by Tovey, who's been tackled just about every time he's gone near the ball. As Josh Tovey has not been able to run up ahead of steam like we know he can. And it'll be a ball up.
Yeah, you always get a little bit of fearful when you see that word abandonment, because you always think some injury or something's happened. But we're thankful nothing has untoward's happened.
So skirmish out there on the wing. It's not going to go anywhere. It's right underneath the scoreboard, which reads East Ringwood 6-5-41, Noble Park 2-5-17. 6 minutes gone as East Ringwood, as you can see, starting to overpower the Bulls at the moment. Boundary line beats them all.
Yeah, Murray's starting to go up and down in the one area at the moment. He's really struggling at the moment. Henry is starting to work him over here.
And you can see that once again. However, that ball in favoured Murray. Couldn't quite get a hand to it. So it'll be just taken away there by East Ringwood. A mark taken by Wetherill. Plays on quickly with a handball. Good option was Waitman. Tried to go to Fox, but staying at ground level was Noble Park. Well disciplined at this point. Stern tries the...
good mark.
Tries the exit kick, but Waitman was reading it well. And he'll earn the 25-metre penalty. I think that was a man on the mark infringement. It looked like Waitman played on.
The Noble Park play was a bit hard done by there, because Waitman feigned playing on, and the Noble Park just played to that reaction, and the umpire's been sucker punched there.
Yeah, and he didn't come forward. He went that direction.
Yeah, it's just to the letter of the law that it gets paid. That's.
The Bullring will most likely fall rather quiet if Waitman is going to spear this one home. Oh, the wind's going to do what it wants to with it, but it agreed with Waitman, and he was able to kick the goal.
It was like that other one that came in from the boundary.
I know. There's something going on there wind-wise, just beyond the club rooms.
Might have to get Blake to go for a walk and see if someone's got a turbo fan down there into the corner of the ground.
Well, I think we saw it at the start of the day as well in the first quarter. Did you see that ball, how it looked like he was going for a behind, but then it just turned just automatically the wind's it's heading towards me, so the south, I would say. So nothing much on the left, unfortunately.
But this game now is being played in East Ringwood's forward half, so that's really showing that the danger sides are there now for the Bulls.
7-5-47 plays 2-5-17.
I'm surprised they ran out of Lymel to do the circle there.
No one really wins a tap out. Ball hits the deck. Wrapped up was Quaif, as we'll get secondary ball up. 8.5 minutes gone, third term on the Bendigo scoreboard. Where's the response for Noble Park? They really needed here. Reardon just ran into trouble. Was lucky not to get pinged. Ball over the top from McInerney. Was looking for Gilbert. Running on top here, Waitman has options in front of him. They're going to use them towards the boundary line. Pushed over was Webster. We'll get a boundary throw in centre wing. The broadcast side out here at Pat Wright Senior Oval.
One thing that East Ringwood are doing is they're running harder now. They realise that the game's there for the taking, and they're running that little bit extra above the ground.
Yeah, certainly right. Ball comes out. Crouch getting the handball. Out the back there, Gilbert. Couldn't quite control this one. It's turned over, and now the kick there was smothered by McGowan. And we'll get a ball up back in the middle of the ground just again as East Ringwood certainly feel like they're right on top of this game, right in control. Tapped in, stolen away here from Noble Park. The clearance towards Marson. Couldn't quite take the mark. Was in front of himself. Molinaro getting involved with Bilo there, and once again we'll get another ball up. A stoppage, about 70 out from the Noble Park goals. Sitting 5th on the ladder at this moment. 2 games clear as Crouch sends him back into attack again. Bilo pushes past Marson to take the mark on the chest and looks to play on straight away on towards that far side. Standing in front. The mark's taken by Seymour. Seymour for the Roos. Down the line he goes towards centre wing. In front position.
Mark.
Great mark by Jacob Noble, who's been very impressive for the Bulls. To say he's been one of their best
Probably
across
the
the
best
afternoon so far. And he's been awarded a 25-metre penalty, and that's going against Riley Wetherill. And he'll be marched forward as they'll go inside 50 again, and the mark is taken in front position. Taking the mark there is Ben Marson, who can go back and have a shot on goal.
And that's much better, isn't it, Brash? That hit up target, having a look and hits up Marson.
Yep, they need a goal though.
Yeah,
they really do need a goal here.
It's been a long time since their second goal of the game, which was early in the second term. We're now 10.5 minutes into this third quarter. And this would bring the margin back to an even 4 goals. Marson comes in, be kicking from just inside the arc. It's a good-looking kick. It's held its line. It's through the middle, and a much-needed one for the Bulls. Marson gets one back, and they move to 3-5-23. East Ringwood 7-5-47. 11 minutes gone, third term.
And now they've got to go again, Brash. They've got to be able to win the clearance here and see if they can replicate that and get two back-to-back goals.
Not wrong there, Spider.
Yep. Just create some pressure around the game so East Ringwood feel like they're in a contest.
24-point margin now in favour of East Ringwood, of course. Pushing for premiership glory in year 2025. It would be their first premiership in the top grade since 2002 if they were able to make it. The clearance work is starting to go their way also. Was able to get it into the forward 50, but Jones was there for Noble Park, fighting with Fox. Boundary line wins out. Let's go for some scores with Paul Yukoni.
Yeah, in Premier at the moment, Donny East 7-6-48 to Mitcham 3-3-21. South Croydon 7-7-49 to Bowen 6-5-41. Blackburn 8-10-58 to Rowville 4-8-32. And Berwick 7-3-45 to Vermont 5-4-34.
Thank you very much, Paul, as we'll have another another ball up on the arc of East Ringwood's forward line. Tovey manages to scrounge a kick towards Bennell. Well, he's going to be dangerous from any position, but he feeds the handball off. It was intercepted as well, so Noble Park can try and take this away. Now through Lambert. Oh, confronted was Noble. That was Reardon. Upended by McGowan. And that was an excellent, tenacious tackle by the late in. So he's a kick and a half from goal. He's going to be looking for one of their tall targets, of course. Fox will be around there. It's just come off hands and will be a boundary throw in. 13 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. East Ringwood 7-5-47. Noble Park 3-5-23. Thanks for joining us here on Eastern FM.
They're just hanging in at the moment, Noble Park. They're just hanging in the contest.
Murray outpointed once more in the ruck. It was Marshall to try and get the ball away. It was smothered, and the pack just falls over. Let's go down boundary side with Blake Tennant.
The ice cream truck's just arrived here,
boys. I was just about to mention that.
What's it called again?
Gelati or Mr. Whippy?
Yeah, that's it, Mr. Whippy, that's it.
Yeah, that's the boundary rider's job too, to go and get all the ice creams.
Yeah. I'll have a double choc, mate.
Your shout,
Licorice,
Brash?
please.
Your shout, Brash?
Yeah, I could shout. Don't worry about that, Blakey.
Reardon with a clearing kick, but boundary line was always going to be the winner there.
There's been a few people, already a few onlookers walking over at the moment. So
I'm decently sure they're always here every time we're here.
Yep.
Well, that's your job for the third quarter, Blake, as the ball's brought back into play on the far side. Out here, Pat Wright Senior Oval.
Do you take IOUs, Blake?
Well, I don't know how I can, do this, boys, because you're all the way up there, and I've got to walk all the way to the
Blake, where there's a will, there's a way, and you'll find it.
More importantly, Tuvey sending East Ringwood right into attack, spoiled across the line for a minor score. 7-6-48 to 3-5-23. East Ringwood comfortably leading this game by 25 points.
Let's go for some scores with Paul Yukoni.
Some scores in Division 1 at the moment. South Belgrave 6-5-41 to Baronia 3-6-24, and Park Orchards 5-11-41 to North Ringwood 5-5-35.
Noble Park, it was a long kick in, ended up in a contest as Keedle interceded as well, but holding the ball free kick will go the way of, Mitch Keedle, a true journeyman of the EFNL. Played for plenty of clubs, Baldwin, Mitcham, Park.
He's had more cut lunches than football clubs, I reckon.
Delaney now sends it down the ground. Mundy nearly took the mark.
Is that a free to Mundy?
And it looks like it's going to go the other way, actually. It's going to go to Noble Park.
Might have been some shepherding.
McInerney now. Another bloke who's moved clubs. He was Bayswater man.
And an Ox man.
A Ferntree Gully man as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's a journeyman.
Yeah, and Bauer now, he's on a bit of a journey there as he tries and twists and turns, but the kick inside forward 50 was a bit pedestrian as Mark Smith was able to scoop it up, kick it towards the boundary line. Mundy was the target. We'll have another ball in. East Ringwood probably very happy with the conditions of the game at the moment.
Oh, well, at the moment, Jared, it's playing right into their hands, really.
Time very much not on Noble Park's side since they only have the 3 goals for the game. Tovey now trying to work his way out of it, yet more pressure. Manages to find the ball again. Fresh air shot. Holding the ball. So Noble Park win that battle. They'll send it forward. And Mundy was right in the path of that kick and was able to intercept. So down the line for East Ringwood it was. McDonald couldn't quite take the mark there. It was Tovey instead, was able to find the space. Kicks it to the pocket. And the mark's been taken by Jacob Noble.
Sorry, Jade, you caught me napping there.
I didn't realise.
Sorry, boys, but the ice cream truck has decided to leave on me now. So
any excuse.
I'm really sorry, guys. It's
off.
on the other side of the ground now where you guys are.
Noble pushing forward. It's been cut off here by Nolan to Tuvey's. Been involved a lot in this third quarter. As they link up again, Webster, handballed over the top. Going forward, Kane, the kick was smothered. So still an opportunity here for East Ringwood, but centre half forward at the moment. 7.5 minutes gone third term. 7-6-48 leading Noble Park 3-5-23. Thanks for joining us on Radio East and 98.1 FM. And our Facebook and YouTube streams for today's big clash in Premier Division. The top side, East Ringwood, looking to continue their spot on the top of the ladder. Wetherell got the handball forward. Hannah Mundy off the left boot towards goal. And almost a chance for a mark from Bennell, and the shot on goal from Webster wasn't enough. It was touched across the line for a minor score. 7-7, plays 3-5. 18 minutes gone third term.
Crouch to kick the ball in. Barrels it. Look at that. Right up the middle. Tweedy. Collision. Tried to come across and nearly came a cropper. It was Keedle, however, to rove it. The kick found space and Waitman and Quaife. Battle is on. Boundary line's right there. Quaife might be looking for it at this point. Waitman wrapped him up.
What's a cropper, Jared?
Come a cropper to come undone.
Unstuck.
Unstuck, indeed.
Not in my dictionary.
I understand where you were coming from, Jared.
Thank you.
It's normally a Barry Crocker, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's a shocker.
Shocker. Yeah. But you can come a cropper as well.
Or a Hawaii 5-0.
It was
You got plenty of them, haven't you, Spider?
Pika was wrapped up in his forward line. Noble Park trying to just take it away, but it's East Ringwood overwhelming them at the moment. The bouncing ball towards the boundary line. And another stoppage for East Ringwood in their forward line. We've gone 19 minutes in this third quarter, so very close to time on. And Noble Park's going to have to generate something pretty soon if they're going to take this one and take it up to the ladder leaders. Finding the ball out the back was Webster, weaving this way and that. Managed to get the handball backwards to Nolan. High ball towards Fox.
He's just so big.
How'd he stop?
And when you're playing on an opponent that's giving inches away, it makes a huge difference.
Using his opponent as a stepladder, Josh Fox takes the mark. Yet to kick a goal this game.
Well, he stands probably 6'7". By the time he jumps, he's about 7'5". No one's ever going to take a mark below him.
I think Noble copped a knee in the back of the head as a result of being that step ladder.
And he comes. This will be goal number 49 for the year if he's able to slot it. Goal 8 for the game for East Ringwood.
He's been offline today, Fox.
Has been. And a let-off for the Bulls.
3 behinds for him.
Just some scores in Division 3. Upper Gully 6-6-42 to Donvale 6-3-39. Knox 13-5-83 to Coldstream 4-6-30. And Sylvan 11-7-73 to Scoresby 4-8-32.
Ridiculous. Delaney over the top of the head to Vanell as they move the ball down the line. Now inside 50 again. Ball hits the deck. Grabbing that first there, pick up. Over the top to Kane. Waitman. Back to Kane. And a shot there from Downey, putting it towards the top of the square. And the mark is taken by Crouch in defence for the Bulls. And Crouch. Tweedy getting a hand to it. At the back. Tuvey to Delaney. Sport again. Chance for McDonald, couldn't quite grab it. Downey now inside 50. Pick up. At ground level there, Waitman. There's been a free kick awarded, and it's going the way of East Ringwood, so this is coming back. And there will be a set shot on goal. Be Adam Picker to line up. Slight angle. And for be kicking from just on the arc, you'd say, from here. So it'll be a tough kick, and they've missed a couple of set shots today, East Ringwood.
You know, the way East Ringwood are playing, they probably could walk away with maybe a 14-6 goal game and maybe win the game by 50 points, but it's probably one of the least inspiring 50-point wins you could have, couldn't it?
Well, we'll see as Picker lines up. Kick on its way. Was it touched? It was touched by Murray just on the line, but not a bad attempt from there. 7-9-51 to 3-5-23 Noble Park. 22 and a half minutes gone third term.
Brad Crouch, former Adelaide and St Kilda man. Are we going to see the barrel once more? That's what he tried last time from the kick in. Yes, we are. Right up the middle. And Mark nearly taken out there by Taborski. But East Ringwood, they were fast on it. And Marcus Kane's taking the mark at centre half forward, finds a man in the pocket, and there'll be another shot at goal. And this is going to be Ryan Webster. So the late in, I believe, sorry, an in for this week, not a late in. And this will push the margin out, perhaps beyond reach for Noble Park. They're going to have a stellar final quarter to overcome them anyway. What's this kick going to do? Another set shot miss for East Ringwood. They're at 7-10-52.
Been some let-offs, hasn't there?
Noble Park 3-5-23. We're in time on at three-quarter time, in the third quarter.
In Div 4 at the moment, it is Churnside Park 7-5-47 to Whitehorse 6-3-39 and Kilsyth 8-5-53 to Warrandyte 5-30.
They've managed to cough this one up in defence, have Noble Park. They're still in possession with the footy. Broderick trying to get at McDonald across the line, but they're under a ton of pressure there. And
I'd say it was the greatest advertisement of our game for that last 30 seconds.
No, it probably wasn't. But it's still now locked inside this forward 50 for East Ringwood, who look very dangerous at the moment, but they haven't quite put it on the scoreboard. keeping in front of himself there, Tuvey, or Seymour, should I say. I've got the long hair down there for the Roos.
East Ringwood are playing like winners, but they're just not putting it on the board at the moment. They're just dominating possession here.
Well, they are,
That's
yeah.
right. Here's Marson bursting away. Gets the kick. Out of defence for the moment. Picked up that time by Reardon. Got it away to Fairbank. And now this is their best opportunity to be cut off by Tweedy, doing very well. Handballing it in front of Beeler. That was a strong handball from there, running across the boundary line. Now it comes back, though. Gilbert chasing this one. Bit slow to get to it. Pushed in the back, though. It was the Holden free kick. So Sam Gilbert for the Bulls will put it towards the pocket over the head of Fairbank and out of bounds. And we'll get a boundary throw in. So big opportunity here for Noble Park. They get a goal back. It's only back to 23 points, and having been probably completely outplayed for the last quarter and a bit, the game would still be in the balance.
It gives them something to take into the last break. Yeah.
That's right. Henry stolen out of the ruck. Here's Broderick. Got it on the right boot. And brings it home. It's through.
That's got to be a goal of the day.
That is goal. That's got to be goal of the day. He's kicked it on the right outside of his right foot.
Certainly one of them. 4-5-29 Noble Park. Big goal for Broderick. East Ringwood 7-10-52. So margin back to 23 points, boys.
Forward stoppage goal. And what a great goal by Broderick. But that's the sort of thing we're talking about. They've got to make the most of their opportunities. And look, they're hanging in there. And I think that's a sign too, Brash, that they are doing that. They haven't completely given it away.
You're right. Exactly right. They're hanging in there.
They managed to break through the wall of East Ringwood. Tweedy nearly intercepted. It looks like there's a 6-6-6 infringement, perhaps.
Going East Ringwood's way.
Oh, and this might be a momentum killer for Noble Park. He hands it off to Tovey. Downey under pressure as he kicked it. Punch away. Scooped up by Norris. Tackled immediately, however, and that might be holding the ball. So Noble Park will start their possession chain from the defensive line, which is perhaps not what they wanted after just kicking a goal. Unfortunate error that gave away the free kick in the middle. The ball just went over everyone's head, and it was Crouch there to capitalise. Stern, open goal, bouncing ball, and the bounce was cruel. It bounced right up into Sam Walsh's hands, and he was very happy to just see it safely over the line.
Well,
that chain deserved a goal, didn't it?
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Yeah, round the up. Sorry, I thought hand was up. Is where he hit 7-10-52 to 4-6-30. 22 points, so the margin still well in Noble Park's range. If they can get one back again before the three-quarter time siren, won't be long to go. We're 27 minutes gone third term. There's Delaney out of defence towards us broadcast side. Tuvey, great mark.
Because 2 goals apiece this quarter?
Yeah, they've been able to bring it back. Obviously, East Ringwood have missed a few in front of goal. Josh Tovey send it long down the line. Hannon in the middle of this. And then Mundy, that is. Crouch. Ball going nowhere. Jones wrapped up. So 27 and a half minutes gone third term. 22-point lead to East Ringwood. This game still in the balance. Henry and Murray. Broderick with the clearance forward. Kick the last goal. Is there a chance for a late one for Noble Park? In front position. Getting a fist to it. Keeping this one alive, the Bulls. They go back inside 50 again. Damon Delaney and Tweedy out the back. Neither really communicated with each other. So the ball still in possession, still in play here. Trying to get away. Big tackle laid. And the umpire says, give it to me. Let's go down the boundary of Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just a bit of an injury update. Harley Fairbank wearing the long sleeves, of course. Just got a little bit up pretty slowly, so just keep an eye out on him, boys.
Henry wrenches it out of the ruck, height to his advantage, of course, and now East Ringwood, they have open grounds, but Murray saying you're not going anywhere, Weatherall holding them up. Could have been a dangerous play there by East Ringwood, but Murray had the wherewithal to tackle Weatherall.
Competed well, Murray.
Mundy tried to burst through the pack. Molinaro got clothesline there, I thought.
Every time I see him, he reminds me of Happy Days.
And, the attack just stopped by the siren. East Ringwood under pressure in that last 5 minutes of play at Noble Park. not quite able to capitalise as much as they could, but 4-6-30, they're in with a shot here against East Ringwood, 7-10-52. It's three-quarter time. We'll quickly go through the goal scorers. Jamie Bennell, he's a dangerous man with 4 goals. Connor Waitman, Riley Wetherall and Adam Markick-Smith, each with 1 for East Ringwood. And it was Jordan Marson, Harry Broderick, Matthew Nelson, and I'm just missing one, I think, for Noble Park, if anyone can help me out.
Nelson, Broderick, Ben Marson and Jordan Marson.
Thank you very much, Wayne Barasha. And so we'll be back with an interview with one of the coaches and the final quarter after this break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Pat Wright Senior Oval. Eastland Match of the Round, Noble Park taking on the Roos. And at three-quarter time, it's East Ringwood 7-10-52 to Noble Park 4-6-30. It was a quarter that was dominated by East Ringwood, but didn't quite put it on the scoreboard. So just 22 points in it. Noble Park just hanging around. If they get the first of the fourth term, they might be able to make a bit of a run at it. Paul Uconi's in the score centre around the grounds. Go through some of those scores quickly before we hear from Blake Tennant on the boundary.
In Premier, Bullring 8-6-54 to South Croydon 7-9-51. Blackburn 8-14-62 to Roeville 5-11-41. And Berwick and Vermont are 7-4-46 apiece. In Div 1, Montrose 15-9-99 to Norwood 4-5-29. Beaky 13-9-87 to Moorabach 2-2-14. Park Orchard 7-11-53 to North Ringwood 5-5-35, and South Belgrave 9-7-61 to Baronia 4-6-30.
Thank you, Paul. Keep going, sorry.
In Division 2, In Division 2, Croydon 8-11-59 to Mulgrave 4-3-27.
Boundary.
Let's go down to the boundary, Blake Tennant.
Sorry, there's something going on with the mic, but I finished it anyway. Steve Hughes here. 2 words I heard, just belief and momentum. Do you want to just talk about what that is for this last quarter?
Oh, yeah, I felt like the last 5 minutes we got a bit of momentum. I think East Ringwood controlled most of that quarter, but just the last 5 minutes I thought we won a bit of footy ourselves. So maintain that and play a good first 10 minutes of the quarter, you never know.
Yeah, and, you talk about your last 5 minutes. It was really solid as well. Is that something you're going to push for and, hopefully, get back to, only, as I said, 3 goals?
Yeah, well, we've rolled sort of 5 or 6 players through the middle today, so we're hoping we run out the game well. So obviously they're a really good side, but see how we go. First 10 minutes is important.
No worries. Thanks again, Hughesy.
Thanks there to Steve Hughes down the boundary with Blake Tennant as we get stuck into this final quarter. Umpire holds the ball up and Jared Benlin take us all away for the final term.
Murray and Henry to grapple once more in the ruck. Henry taps down. McDonald straight onto the tackle. However, as Waitman is wrapped up, let's go to some scores quickly with Paul.
Get some more Division 2 scores. Wani South 15-5-95 to Heathmont 2-1-13. Tempe 9-9-63 to Surrey 5-3-33. And Ringwood 6-5-41 to Waverley Blues 4-6-30.
Ooh, that was my roughie. Ringwood up by a point. I don't mind that.
11,
sorry. So East Ringwood will take it away through Keedle. 2-on-2 contest there. Weatherall went up for it. It came down to Taborski. He got the handball away. He's going to have to work his way out of this one with Fairbank. Holding the ball. Waitman to potentially take a shot at goal if he thinks he's in range. And this would hurt. This would break the back of Noble Park, I would say. The momentum and the belief might just be snuffed out here.
Well, the umpires have been pretty dynamite on that tackle this afternoon, and so I mean, it's not a surprise that was paid really because they've been pretty consistent with it.
He didn't seem to have much time, but he was front on to the umpire, so the umpire's obviously.
Well, he had a good view of it, Lee.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
Connor Waitman, he's kicked 1 goal for the day. Set shots have not been East Ringwood's forte, however, today, and that is no difference. So just the one behind, 23-point lead.
It's been a bit of a problem for him, hasn't it? The accuracy in front of goal over recent times for East Ringwood.
8-19 last week. Well, they 7-11 now.
Well, they've just kept Noble Park alive here. 7-11 to 4-6. As Noble Park look to clear it out. Great mark taken by the big fella there for the Bulls, Murray. So chooses just go down the line. There's a lot of white jumpers in front. One of those is Josh Tuvey, who takes the mark and looks to play on using the corridor. Got Kane, just overdid the kick, just not working out for him. And wrapping up Kane in the tackle there was Marshall. So we'll get a ball up in the middle of the ground. Around the grounds, Paul, in just a moment. We'll see this one as Henry taps it down. Molinaro towards McDonald on the wing, keeping it alive. Picked up by Stern, wrapped up in a tackle. Now we'll go around the grounds.
In Div 3, Upper Gully 7-8-50 to Donvale 6-3-39 to Basin 6-8-44 to Fair Park 3-3-21. Knox 13-6-84 to Coldstream 4-6-30. Sylvan 11-8-74 to Scoresby 5-10-40 and Ferntree Gully 13-13-91 to Oakley District 2-6-18.
Thanks there, Paul. So Donvale and Scoresby in trouble with both losing a game, which would sort of cancel one another out. As Henry taps it down in front of him. Ball still going nowhere. Umpire lets it play on a little bit to let it come out, and now it does work in the favour of East Ringwood. Picker went without it. Stolen away that time by Bauer. Got the handball, which turned it over. And now Roos go inside 50. At the back is Noble. Picks it up cleanly and looks to find McDonald on the far side. Picked off by Keedle, who jumps the fence.
Nice leap.
Very good leap. Very clean as he jumped it.
Praised by the Noble players as they help him back over.
In a single jump.
Might be up for the hurdles in the Olympic Games.
Murray and Henry once more to go at it. The throw-in favoured Murray. Fairbank will take it away. No, ran into a wall there, tackled. Not holding the ball that time.
Harley's got himself into a bit of trouble this afternoon. He's been caught that many times. He just can't get a disposal.
He's been really caught now, though, too. I think he hit... He really went forward when, when he landed.
I didn't think it was like that.
Yellow card.
Must have been a sling tackle or something of the sort there.
Well,
he certainly hit the ground pretty hard.
But we talk about the outcome, and that was the outcome because he hit the ground hard.
It's more like the second action. That's what the umpires
That's right, Blake. It's the second action and the outcome.
And I've never seen these guys in the back of the car here, as you guys are seeing right now, jump out of their car as quick as they possibly can to let them know.
But it's the protection of the player, and that's what's important.
So what's the umpire's call on the...
Keeping the game going would also be important. What's going on here?
I'm not sure what the hold-up is.
Just a bit of language coming around here. The Noble Park people are still here, so just letting Keedle know about the yellow card.
Well, Fairbank might have still been recovering from that hit because he turned the ball over. Connor Waitman now to send East Ringwood back forward. Downey, what a mark.
He's sporting a new look, the old Connor Waitman. He's the old Dirk Diggler moustache.
Downey will set it up to the top of the goal square. Fox is there wrestling with Jones, and of course he takes the mark. Sticky hands, was playing behind Jones there, but he's head and shoulders above him.
Yeah, it's a strength and power and height.
Yep.
Starting to work his way into the game is Josh Fox. Yet to kick a goal, however, uncharacteristic, of course, for the big forward. Former Cheltenham man. And he looks to slot this from point blank range. And East Ringwood build that lead once more. And that's come out to 29 points, the margin. And Noble Park just watching the game slip away slowly.
Yeah, well, it's almost seemed inevitable there that, that East Ringwood would, get the opening goal. There's a sense of inevitability with this game at the moment.
Yeah, they just haven't come with the right intensity in this quarter, Noble. They just didn't hit the ground running as Steve Hughes requested of them at three-quarter time.
Yeah, certainly needed that first one if there were any chance of maybe a late comeback. But the Roos right in control of this game, and there's been a free kick going the way of East Ringwood in the middle. Mundy to take this one. So Hannah Mundy has been, I think, pretty reliable this afternoon. Goes long inside 50 in the Fox direction. Sport from behind. They go forward again towards a one-on-one. Getting a hand to it, Bennell. And out the back, doing nicely there, Lambert. Trying to clear it out. Tuvey cut it off. It's been big in the second half. Went back to Walsh. Walsh now towards goal. Sneaks in for a minor score. So that moves them now to 8-12-60. Noble Park 4-6-30. 30-point lead. 7 minutes gone, final term.
Jones to look for options. Where's the exit? It's Murray. He's in 2-on-1 situation. Punched away from him by East Ringwood, and they'll come up with the ball once more. Markick Smith able to chisel it to centre half forward, but it was Broderick to take the mark. Now taking on the corridor, Gilbert. That was an error. Couldn't take the mark. Tries to bowl over Delaney in response. Fighting for the ball again against three. Horns of a dilemma there, Sam Gilbert. And ball up. Let's go to Paul Uconi.
Got a score in Premier. Mitcham have come back into the game against Donny East. Donny East 8-6-54 to Mitcham 6-7-43.
So an option forward for East Ringwood. The mark's been taken by Wetherell. Calling for him to go for goal. This would perhaps be the nail in the coffin of the Bulls if he's able to put this one home. He's kicked a goal for the game. Has missed a few set shots as well. Probably one of the main culprits of East Ringwood's kicking woes. They have kicked 8-12. Will kick it from the arc. How does he navigate the wind? Not well this time once more. And East Ringwood move to 8-13, 61. Noble Park 4-6-30. 8.5 minutes gone in the final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So despite the margin of 31 points, it does feel like it's more of a 8 or 9 goal type game, the difference between the two sides. And out of defence, they go again, Noble Park, but finding it difficult to really get past this point of the field. So coming up to the 9th minute mark of this final term. But in saying that, it's been certainly a better performance against one of the top sides. Compare that to 2 weeks ago against Blackburn. Gilbert takes the mark here on the wing for Noble Park. Short kick in the middle of the ground. Marson did well enough to control it. His handball was cut off. That was by McGowan, who was a late inclusion, wrapping up his opponent in the middle of the ground. Noble Park get a stoppage here.
To be honest, both sides really haven't had clean ball this afternoon. It's just been
one of those games, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been stoppage after stoppage, and whoever's taken advantage of the clearances.
Yeah. So, in front position, Murray got the tap down. Roos with all the numbers around the footy. Downey, the handball back, and they go down towards the wing, bouncing across the line. We'll get a boundary throw in far side, 8:13:61 East Ringwood, Noble Park, 4:6:30. Played almost 10 minutes in this final term.
And it's almost at the moment, it's that 7 minutes of play by Jamie Bennell in that second quarter with those 3 goals. It's basically been the difference between the sides, really.
Well, that's it. Yeah.
Murray was able to get the tap down this time. Tovey just works his way into some space, gets the handball over the top. Webster tries to control it, not able to. Noble Park still being forced backwards, however. End up in a tackle from Pika. Ball up. 10 minutes gone in the final quarter. 30-61. Bulls trail. Marshall tried to get the handball away. Now Molinaro upended as he kicked it. Bouncing ball. Contest at ground level will end up in a ball up. East Ringwood have been able to extend that 22-point lead they had at three-quarter time, despite Noble Park potentially coming into this quarter with some momentum. Another ball up as well. Again, we've had a few passages of play throughout this game that have been repeat stoppages, and at this point, I think it's pretty obviously favouring East Ringwood. Murray and Henry go at it once again. Marshall trying to extract it. Unable to do so. It's East Ringwood who do, however. And the mark's been taken by Wetherill. Another mark inside forward 50 for the big man. He has certainly not quite learned his lesson kicking to this end of the ground, set shot-wise. But the wind has died down a little bit, so maybe that will favour him. This to put the lead out to 37 points for East Ringwood. He's trying to just set it to the right goalpost, but it stayed right. And yet again, he misses a set shot at goal.
1 goal 4 for Wetherill today.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
It's a what if. Potentially could have been in for a big afternoon. 8-14 to 4-6, as we said. It's a 32-point margin for the Roos, as the sting is really gone out of this game as goes towards centre wing. Tweedy with a hand to it, out the back. And we'll get a stoppage as we go down to the boundary with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just I've actually just got a quick message from someone that's tuning in from Vietnam, actually. It's Mark Waitman, the son of Connor. He's in a bar with a few East Ringwood families watching on. So, and he just said to me, "Go the mighty Roos." So there you go.
Good.
So he's watching in of Vietnam, guys. That's a bit out there.
Well,
fantastic.
Like I said, the FNL goes far and wide.
And he's the assistant coach too, boys. So I think that might be a fine on Thursday night, I reckon.
Yeah, what the hell's he doing there when he's supposed to be here on the boundary line coaching?
I threw him under the bus there.
There's Wetherill, who goes inside 50 for the Roos, down in front. Noble got hands to it and has been paid the mark.
I got him in my votes today, Noble.
Been extremely good for the Bulls. Just been very reliable down back as he's.
And it's going to be a hard.
Crouch.
I think it's a hard voting day too.
It's very hard, but he has been impressive, Noble.
And down the line it went, picked off by Henry. Got the handball away towards the top of the square. Guess who? There's Josh Frost. Couldn't quite take the mark. Almost had a fair grab at it. And across the line, so 8:15 now. 63 East Ringwood to Noble Park 4-6. 13.5 minutes gone. Final term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Anyone else in Vietnam, let us know if you're tuning in too. YouTube or Facebook.
I've got a feeling Play HQ's chucked a wobbly at the moment because there's nothing.
I think Play HQ might be in Vietnam as well.
God.
Yeah, I've had a look at a few scores and they haven't changed since the third quarter. So Paul's having a nightmare.
So a haphazard passage of play for Noble Park has actually ended up with the potential for them to go forward, but East Ring would have thrown the wall up, and Crouch ended up being the target across the ground. They're still at their half-back line at Noble Park. Crouch sending it forward, and there was an infringement in the marking contest. So Scott McInerney now finally to send it just about inside forward 50 for the Bulls. Mark's taken, kick towards the pocket. Marson was there, but the kick just did not favour him at all.
That was a shank, wasn't it?
First time it's been there for, 15 minutes, and it's a loss.
Yeah, it's disappointing for Noble Park, of course. I mean, we're wondering where the goals were going to come from this quarter. They only kicked 4 thus far.
Well, Doncaster East kicked 4-9 against East Ringwood last week. So, I mean, defensively, you've got to say East Ringwood's done a really good job again.
Well, they have. I mean, they're the number 1 ranked team in defence for a reason.
Broderick, who kicked a miracle goal earlier, sends that one towards the pocket. Tweedy was able to force his hand onto the ball and send it over the line. Another forward stoppage for
So the
Noble
balcony
Park.
very quiet today. Is
Yeah, I wonder
quite a
why.
rowdy bunch here.
No, they've all opted for the inside warmth, they're able to watch it on the screen as well.
I'll just back quickly, just before we go back to you boys. There was a little bit of words in the old beer garden as well, so they continued on from when Kettle came off for the yellow card.
I did also move the FX mic about another 20 metres to the left in case they came back out and got a bit rowdy.
Yeah, so there's a few next to me right now, but then there's more in the beer garden, and they were just letting him know about the yellow card.
Henry, great tap down Mundy. His kick was pressure affected, up and under by Nolan. Just try and mark his own ball. No, that was Balo who ended up with it in the end, and Noble Park, they're going to earn themselves another forward stoppage. If there's going to be another goal for the game for the Bulls, it will most likely come from this sort of a situation. Henry taps it down once more, dominant in the ruck today. It's going nowhere.
So deep inside, Noble Park's attacking half of the ground. They trail by 33 points. Stern getting it forward. McDonald, great kick from there. He's been able to sneak that through. East Ringwood are missing shot after shot, and Lachlan McDonald just finds one out of nothing.
Might be another goal today contender, I reckon, because
looking at the replay on the Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender, that's for sure. East Ringwood 8-15-63, Noble Park 5-6-36. So a good goal there from McDonald. Probably enters the conversation with both Broderick and Bennell, the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
I still have Broderick, I think. That was a little bit further out, and you almost feel like it shouldn't have hit the ball that sweet, hit his boot that sweet. Back into the centre, Noble Park.
Yeah, I think it's out of dummy spit.
Yeah.
Play HQ.
Oh no, that's a disaster.
There's nothing coming through for any of the other leagues either.
Oh no. So Jacob Noble, he's under a lot of pressure in the defensive lines for Noble Park. Connor, as Waitman was, he handballed it to the man at the top of the goal square, flying shot at goal. He probably should have kicked that, to be honest, from that far out. But
yeah,
I think it was touched. So
yeah.
So 8-16 now, 64 East Ringwood, 5-6-36 Noble Park.
3-11 East Ring would have kicked in the second half.
Yeah, it's
could have been a bit of a blowout.
Imagine if it was 16-8.
Yeah, correct.
So the Bulls would just go long down the line towards the corridor. Underneath this one, couldn't quite take the mark of Tuvi. Molinaro was at ground level, bouncing footy, eluded everyone out the back. It almost worked out for him. It might. Here's McInerney from outside 50. Puts it towards the top of the square. Stearns underneath this one. Sport across the line. Great defensive work there by Donnelly. And it's just a minor score, 5-7-37 Noble Park, 8-16-64 East Ringwood. coming up to the 19th minute mark of this final quarter.
Damon Delaney to kick it in, closing in on 100 senior games for the Roos.
Been a great play for them.
Tweedy, former Norwood man, takes the mark.
He's having a great year too.
Yeah, he is.
Tweedy.
Just to send it down the line. Noble will set himself, but challenged by Wetherill, man in front, takes the mark, however. So Jacob Noble to send them back. Centre half forward for the Bulls. A lot of white jumpers there, but they all went up for the ball. Front and centre was Connor Waitman, however, tackled immediately. Taborski didn't get awarded for that one. We're ticking into time on in the final quarter of this game. Waitman tracking the ball. Finds a man in space with the handball, just weathering the storm a little bit. Oh, no, not really, it was Walsh. So McInerney picked his pocket, kicks it to Molinaro. And the Bulls to try and load up once more. Where are the options? It's a wide open goal square. He lowered his eyes, found Broderick. And that was a shocking kick. Delaney put himself in the way of an absolute scrubber. But Stern, as you say, Ryan, it has worked out for him. And the Bulls get another one back. 6-7. 43. And that plays 8-16-64. Back to a 21-point margin. They'll need 4 goals in probably about 6 to 8 minutes or so.
Mathematically possible.
It is, yes. but it's just a good reward for their hard work. I mean, they haven't thrown the towel in at any stage. They've just keep persisting. And I think that's what you've got to admire about what Noble Park have done today. They have been a persistent side. I think Steve Hughes would be happy that they've got a couple of goals late in the game.
We'll go down to the boundary of Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just I've got a few...
hold up a second, because Crouch is going inside 50. Can they get another one? Gilbert's at front position. Socket off the ground. Molinaro chasing this one. Picked it up cleanly off the right boot. Inside 50. Game's just lifted in intensity for a moment. Tweedy's there. Gets past one. Gets the handball away. They go down the line along the boundary side. Picked off here by the Bulls in Taborski.
I got Tweedy in me votes.
Taborski now towards centre half forward for the Bulls. Wetherill in right position, just wants to launch this one forward. The bounce will be interesting. Who's going to get there first? Lambert tapping it towards himself. He hasn't got much, and he's corralled across the line. Just had no real options didn't want to keep it in. Now we'll go down the boundary, Blake Tennant.
This is just getting out of hand at the moment. I'm just getting messages left, right and centre from shout-outs here. So the president is, I don't know I know he's...
Matt Crowell.
Yeah, he's watching from Mexico today, boys. So he just wanted to give a mention there. And the football manager, Simon Moore, is also... in Vietnam as well.
Well, I've only seen Potsy down here. He's the only one that seems to be, one of the clubmen that's actually at the game.
Yeah, so Simon Moore is in Vietnam. He says g'day, so there you go. But,
g'day, Matty Crowell.
Yeah, but he's watching from Mexico at the moment. So I don't know what's going on with the whole East Ringwood footy department not deciding to come today.
So there was an infringement in the ruck contest, and any momentum that was building for Noble Park could be swallowed up by this moment as Connor Waitman misses another. No. Oh, it just snuck in. And that could have put the brakes on anything Noble Park might have been building in the past 2 or so minutes.
Got to say, the goal umpire built the drama there really nicely.
Very theatrical, wasn't it?
Has flown under the radar. I think he's been very impressive.
Actually, I think this goal umpire today, I think he's done 3 games.
Yes, I think I have seen him out there all afternoon. What also interests me, obviously now 9-16-70 East Ringwood to 6-7-43 Noble Park, but how many numbers of East Ringwood contacts does Blake have down there that he's getting all these messages of different people and where they are overseas? Be interested to follow up on that one, Blake.
Well, for starters, I've had Mark Waitman, who's probably with the same people, so Simon Moore, and then I reckon that message has gone from that bar in Vietnam to where the president is.
There you go. Is keeping this alive there was Bauer, stolen by Donnelly, who just launches it out, and big mark from behind there. Seymour getting up over Noble. Seymour now inside 50 in the direction of Fox, and look at the hands, how strong. Used his body well, right position, and can go back and have the set shot. They have missed it quite a few today, have East Ringwood. Fox has just kicked the 1.
That he has.
And they left a few out there, haven't they?
1-3 he's kicked this afternoon.
So an opportunity for his second of the day. Josh Fox, leading goal scorer in Premier Division right now. A slow approach as Fox comes in for a bit of icing on the cake. This kick is to the right once again, so they haven't brought their kicking boots today. 9-17-71 to Noble Park 6-7-43. 24 and a half minutes gone final term.
Well, between him and Wetherell, they've kicked 2-8.
A couple of times with Fox, it feels like he's tried to kick it too hard. Just when he's had those set shots.
Noble Park able to exit defence. Are they going to be able to take it away here? No. Just a ball in on the outer side. 24 and a half minutes gone in the final quarter. East Ringwood 71, play Noble Park 43 at Pat Wright Senior Oval. Premier Division action here on the Eastland match of the round.
Hopefully, whoever runs Play HQ returns from Vietnam in the next few minutes.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. We do want some scores. There are some really interesting ones going on around the grounds today. McInerney lays the tackle.
We can make them up.
We go trying to get all our tips right. Gilbert into the ruck this time for Noble Park, but Tuvey able to just hand it over the top. Webster involved.
We could ask the Oracle to provide the final scores. I've got his tips. They might come close.
Fox in a one-on-one against his man Jones.
I reckon what we should do is just pull them out of a hat and see what we can
just go on Chat GPT, boys.
Reverse raffle scores.
Lucky tip, Paul.
Yeah. Chat GPT could also be useful as well, boys.
Yeah, I might use Copilot instead.
Back into play, stoppage in East Ringwood's forward line. Fox just got hands to it there. He's going to have to go for it at ground level, but Broderick beats him to it. East Ringwood have set up the wall, however, nearly taking the mark over the top, though. No, didn't happen. Kane now trying to find the outside run of Delaney, but the boundary line beats him. Do we have any scores that were...
well, all the scores that were on Play HQ have just all been wiped off,
They're
Jared.
Just gone. Okay, well, that's...
Murray's
have to do it from memory.
Murray's going to struggle at the end of the our broadcast too.
Hate that.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've checked all the other comps that are on Play HQ and they're all in the same boat.
Oh, dear.
So it's not us.
Delaney took the intercept mark.
So what do you think it is, boys? What do you think it is?
Oh, it's just a
technology.
Yeah.
We rely on so much on technology.
Get the old ring in the scores. Remember back those days, Brad? It's just the ring Eastern FM.
There might be some communist takeover. I don't know.
Okay. Bennell into the pocket and Mundy.
Maybe it's been hacked and they're holding it to ransom.
Surely you guys got a lot of contacts up there in the box. I could see. I know a few of you got a few contacts around the league that you can, talk to.
Oh, sure. Isn't Player HQ a bit higher up the chain for the AFL? So maybe Swanee can fix that one while he's at the AFL as well.
Keedle kicked it into the car park instead of through the goals. Well, Jones to bring it in.
Considering it's an AFL product.
Well, the other alternative is the social media pages, and we'll quickly look through those across post-game. As this game is pretty close to finishing up. 27.5 minutes gone final term. East Ringwood 9-17-71 to Noble Park 6-7-43. The Roos are going to remain on top of the ladder as they clear it out of defence here. Noble Park.
It's been good today too, Mundy.
Mundy been good as well. They've had quite a few contributors across the afternoon. Mundy inside 50. Can they get a late goal? Bennell out the back, looking for goal number 5. Keeps it in, keeps it alive. Jones is there. Fairbank 2. Long kick out. And that is out of bounds on the full. So there will be an opportunity here for Damon Delaney, who's tried to claim it, but is going to go back to Connor Downey.
East Ringwood with another opportunity to miss a set shot.
Well, this is probably a tougher one for them. So potentially they might get this one off the left boot. And it is missed to the right. So 9-18-72 East Ringwood. Noble Park 6-7-43. The margin, 29 points, but it feels like a much more controlling.
Well, it could make the news.
7 to 8 goals or so.
They're going to get
Here we go.
The Devils score from last
Got some
night.
results coming in through the through my contacts, Blake. Out at Cheong, South Croydon 95 to Bullring 63. The Dogs, they're coming home strong.
They're hot.
And Baronia, Mitcham, any of those two?
Enough from you.
So the Felix Seymour tried to play on, found an option in the pocket, but it was out in the full instead. Brad Crouch to kick it back in after a false start.
Metro football held to ransom by the breakdown of play HQ this afternoon.
Noble takes the mark in his defensive goal square, trying to step around Bennell. Jamie about to put pressure on, but Noble squeezed a kick. Jones probably happy that the boundary line was there for him.
Local leagues thrown into confusion as final results couldn't be tabulated.
Lucky it's not the last round of the season.
Oh, God, could you imagine?
Yeah. Especially if there's a bee's diaphragm in percentage about being relegated.
And the siren's gone. East Ringwood have overcome Noble Park here at Pat Wright Senior Reserve. 9-18-72 to the Bulls, 6-7-43. And the Roos look set for a deep finals run this year. Noble Park will have to go into the next 4 rounds and take 2 or 3 of those games, depending on other results, of course. And we'll hopefully have some of those results for you after the match, as we'll go around our contacts to go around the grounds.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. On this game, officially, as Blake goes out and tries to find an interview for us, it's still obviously East Ringwood is the side to beat, and Noble Park at stages during this game had a real good crack, but I think it's just where the two sides are in terms of skill level and some of the players. And I do believe Blake he's got Jamie Bennell, and we'll see. He looks like he's going to grab 2, so he's going to try.
He actually looks like he's just doing
Look at him with his
congratulations up and down the line anyway.
Look at
by himself.
The way he brings people in to have a chat. Very demanding down there.
Oi, you,
Blake.
over
here. Connor, get in now. That's what he's... All right, Blake.
Boundary, yep. Just down with the 2 stars of the East Ringwood Footy Club today. And big win today, of course. The boys are letting me know. But I'll start with you, Connor, of course, because we've got this main star over here, of course, in Jamie Bennell. But just want to say, another good win. Another 4 points to the bank. How does this one sit?
Yeah, real good. Obviously, a couple of weeks ago, went down to Berwick. And then, just been on the rebuild since then. Came out today knowing that if we play the way we want to play, our game plan, we would get over them. But they've been on a hot streak as well.
You saw the one over here in the celebration. You had a little bit of, I don't know if that went in, but what was you going through there?
It was just a bit of a joke between the midfield coach and I. Not many people celebrate them. So, yeah, it's a bit of a joke. So, yeah.
Now, I just wanted to mention this. Your old man just messaged me, actually, just letting you know he's in Vietnam. So, quickly just say something to him if he's watching. I want to know he's watching at a bar.
Yeah. Have a good one, mate.
There you go. Enjoy it. Now with Jamie Bennell. Jamie, back in the side this week. Sliding in with 4 goals and that marvellous snap over there. Talk through that one. I want to know what was going on there.
Oh, it's just nice to be back, mate. Have a few weeks off. So just throw it in the boot.
Coupling it from the boys here, just throwing a few things as well. But 4 points, as I said, to Connor, and then you're up against Blackburn, who I believe they had a win. Play HQ's just been all over. We might go for a walk. But playing Blackburn next week, what are you going to expect from them?
Yeah, it's going to be a good hit out. 1v2, so we know what they're going to bring. They're going to be a contest game, so we need to be at our best. So we look forward to the challenge.
Yeah, up and down, you say top of the ladder. I know it's I wouldn't say up and down, but you must be pretty happy. Redemption sort of things happening at the moment in East Ringwood, but the reserves are flying. Your 19s are going to obviously be playing finals yet again. What is this up with this great club?
Oh, it's just a good club. We stick tight. We're never content, so we know each week the team's going to come and try and hunt us, so we need to be at our best every single week, so we look forward to that.
No worries. Jamie Bennell there, boys. Back to you.
Thanks, Ed Blake. Tennant down on the boundary. Jamie Bennell and Connor Waitman. A great win for East Ringwood.
I don't know what got thrown at Jamie Bennell there, but judging by their set shot kicking today, they were actually aiming at Blake.
Well, he's obviously got a few connections down there, because he's been getting quite a few messages from different people and where they're at. He's going to follow them into the rooms to hear the song, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, Celebrating Lives. So hopefully we might be able to hear the back end of that. After we hear the song, we go to a break. We're going to go and we'll do some research on some of these results around the grounds and try and find out for you what's happening, going through all the socials and everything. So great to be out here today and watch these two sides go at it. I don't think we're going to get the song from the sounds of it.
It's a bit far away, isn't it?
Play HQ's come back up. Some of the stuff's coming through.
Kate was actually just calling me to say she's got the scores, so it's probably only been in the last 5 minutes or so. So she was going to send them all through to us, but you might be able to read through them anyway.
All I know is there's been a big upset in Premier Division.
Is that the South Croydon game?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Donvale got up by a point over Upper Gully. They trailed for most of the day. And in Premier, Mitcham and Donny East on Player HQ has been the first 9 seconds of the game for about last 2 or 3 hours.
So we'll find out all those scores after the break. We're going to take our final break here. East Ringwood have come out winners today, 72 to Noble Park, 43.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Pat Wright Senior Oval. It is East Ringwood winning this game 9-18, 72 to 6-7, 43. A nice win for the Roos. And I've just looked, Lee, what is going on? I've looked at the screen if you're watching home at YouTube and Facebook, but this camera is so close to my head and I just looks ridiculously bad. There is zoom out.
I saw you sort of putting the hoodie up and getting yourself all ready to go.
Trying to hide my bald spot and doing a bit there, but not great.
I don't know. Somehow, these tables are a little bit smaller than I expected, so we're all a little bit squashed up here.
Particularly when this is going out to Vietnam, to Bali, to Hawaii, to Mexico. I don't want to look such a big head on the bloody screen, but let's what have we got with Play HQ? Is it working? Have we got some scores?
I've got some Div. I've got some Div 1s.
All right,
Finals.
let's jump into it.
I think we have.
So I've got some Premier scores.
Go
as
for
well.
it, Paul.
Yep.
So in Premier, South Croydon with a big upset over Bullring. South Croydon 14-11-95.
Spider, my roughie.
Bullring 9-9-63. Blackburn 10-19-79 to Rowville 7-13-55. And Berwick, that final score there, 11-7-73 to Vermont 8-6-54. And of course, no final score yet from Mitcham Donetsk, as of course Play HQ has gone through the Amy Clangers this afternoon. In Div 1, Montrose 2016-136 to Norwood 7-5-47. Beakey 16-14-110 to Moorabach 4-3-27. Park Orchards 11-15-81 to North Ringwood 9-8-62. And South Belgrave 12-9-81 to Baronia 7-11-53. In Div 2, final score there, big win for Croydon. Croydon 11-12-78 to Mulgrave 6-6-42, and a big win for Wani South as well. 28-128 to Heathmont 7-3-45. East Burwood 8-14-62 to Lilydale 4-7-31.
That's a final.
That is a final, and a final from Tempe as well. Tempe 12-14-86 to Surrey 6-3-39, and Ringwood with a big win over Waverley Blues. Ringwood 10-9-69 to Waverley Blues 5-8-38.
My DNs will be up and about because there's 3 particular Ringwood people that let me know about every win, so they'll be getting stuck into me.
Well, they're still alive. Still alive in this competition.
I kind of laughed at them during the week when they said that they're a chance to make finals, and they are, don't get me wrong, but I don't think they were. But
there's all finals in Div 3 if you want to go with that, Paul.
Yep, and Ringwood now game out and percentage outside of the 5. As we go to Div 3 now, the Basin 7-14-56 to Fair Park 4-4-28. Donvale with a win over Upper Gully 9-5-59 to Upper Gully 8-10-58. Knox 15-8-98 to Coldstream 7-8-50. Sylvan with a win over Scoresby. Sylvan 13-9-87 to Scoresby 9-14-68. And Ferntree Gully 17-16-118 to Oakley District 3-11-29. And in Div 4, not sure if their final scores yet. Oh, no, we have a final score from Churnside Park as Churnside Park won by 9 points. Churnside Park 10-13-73 to Whitehorse 10-4-64, and the final score from Kilsyth Warrandyte. Kilsyth 11-8-74 to Warrandyte 8-48.
There's a lot to break down from that because a lot of interesting results. We're getting close to the finals, so there's a lot of implications on these games. We are going to talk about this a little bit more very shortly, including Sylvan's ridiculous record continues. Can they make the finals without winning a game on the road? I don't think they're going to have to win one of their last 2 away at least. But that is just incredibly fascinating. I just cannot get over that. But we'll get into that a little bit more because we've still got the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground Award. We've got the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. We'll start with the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. There's quite a few options. We might have to even get a bit of a tally on this one. I've gone with Benelli for that goal in the second quarter.
That's mine. Yep.
You had Broderick, Jared.
I still have Broderick, but I'm happy to go with Benell.
I'm going Jamie Bennell.
Jamie Bennell.
There's probably 3, and McDonald was the other one, but we'll give that to Jamie Bennell. Goal of the Day, Tobin Brothers Funeral Celebrating Lives. Noble Park. I was the Eastland Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground. Our 1, 2, 3. Blake's ready to go for his 1, 2, 3. He's already got it ready.
I thought you were going to give me the award, so that's why I was pointing at you. But
I will at the end. But if you've got your 3, 2, 1 ready to go,
players like to go as soon as the thing goes, so that's why I was trying to get the awards. But if you had to ask me, I think I'm going to go 1 vote for Tristan Tweedy. I thought he had a superb game today, especially down at full back. You can just call him the general down there as well. Connor Waitman, I thought 2 votes for him. And I'm going to go 3 for Jamie Bennell. You know, his first half was excellent. but he kind of set them up in a really good game today.
Wayne Brasher, we got your 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, look, I'm normally don't give the best on ground to a losing play, but I'm going to give 3 to Noble from Noble Park. I think he was clearly the standout player for both sides this afternoon. 2 votes to Tristan Teedy. I thought he was sensational in defence, and 1 vote I'm going to give to Bennell because his little spell of 7 minutes was the difference between the two sides at the end of the day.
Paul Uconi, your 1, 2, 3.
My 1 vote goes to Noble from Noble Park. 2 votes go to Tristan Tweedy, and my 3 votes go to Jamie Bennell.
Matt Spider-Lee, what have you got for us?
I'll go 1 vote to Noble from the Bulls. Thought he was exceptional. 2 votes, I thought, an outstanding game. Just a really good midfield ball user for East Ringwood. But just his ability to, I thought Connor Waitman was terrific today. And the 3 votes for me, you're the influential player on the ground because you kick all those goals. But you stepped it up when he really had to and took the game away from Noble in that second quarter, Jamie Bennell.
Jared Benham.
So I've gone with 1 vote to Jacob Noble. He was excellent down back, of course, for Noble Park. I'm going to give my 2 votes to... I actually thought Jamie Henry had a really good game in the ruck, gave them first use of the ball. On every opportunity, took a couple of good intercept marks as well. And Connor Waitman will be my 3 votes for the day. 2 goals as well to him. I think that's a very complete midfield performance.
I'm on top there. I've got 3 for Waitman. I've gone 2 for Tweedy, and I've gone 1 for Bennell. So I'm just working out the math here because it's actually pretty tight. Having a look, Bennell finishes on 11 votes and Waitman finishes on 11 as well.
So
flip the coin.
All right,
I reckon we give Bennell the goal.
Because Bennell won the goal of the day, we then probably have to go and say, well, Waitman gets the best on the ground.
Sportsco Eastland best on ground.
So I'm happy to
go with that.
My legs just doesn't stop. So
and I think Connor probably does deserve
up and down
it.
that stairs,
I think Connor does deserve it from that point of view that he was very influential and it was one of those hard ones to split because it wasn't an actual dominating player on the ground.
Right. So there we go. So there's your Sportsco Eastland best on ground, Connor Waitman and Jamie Bennell walks away to another goal today.
Be back, but up here it's a pleasure to be with you guys yet again for another Saturday.
I know where you're going, but we'll see, mate. Good stuff, Blake Tennant. We'll see if you come back in time before we wrap things up. But we went through all those scores around the grounds. Anything else on this game, firstly, before we get into some of those other results and what that means in terms of the ladders? Anything else you wanted to add on this one, Spider and Brash, or is this pretty much summed it up?
I just felt that early on in the game, I just didn't think that at the end of the day, Noble Park just didn't get enough value for the output that they put on the park this afternoon. And a couple of turnovers was basically that's really where the tail of their woe was. They didn't really do anything wrong. They did everything right. It was just their turnovers and probably the fact that they just don't have a recognised forward that, that hurts them. I mean, because if you look at Fox and Weatherall, they kicked 2 goals, 8, but they could have easily kicked 4 goals each and the margin could have been a lot more. But Spider, I think moving forward, I mean, I still think that they're playing well enough to hold down the 5th spot because the others behind them aren't maybe possibly South Croydon, but the others I don't think we'll find out next week because I think Vermont play Noble Park. I think Noble Park probably can sew up their finals aspirations.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think South Croydon have now stolen a march on them with a win against Baldwin, and they have a very easy draw home.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm on. I was on the podcast yesterday. I was tipping South Croydon would make the finals.
Well, this South Croydon Noble game in a few weeks' time really sets up to be a mouth-watering game because it's going to be pretty much that mini elimination final. So I think Noble they can take some things away from this game today and go, okay. we've made some steps forward against a top quality team. A few weeks ago when they played Blackburn, they simply got blown off the park. They didn't get blown off the park today. They did hold their own in a number of facets of the contest. In the end, it was the turnover game which really hurt them, and they just weren't able to get enough score on the board when they went forward. Look, they do lack a key forward, and that's got to be a priority for them when they get into the recruiting process for 2026. So
I also think, but I'm looking at both Vermont and Doncaster East draw. And Vermont have got Noble Park, South Croydon, East Ringwood, and Baldwin in their last four games. And to be brutally honest, I can't see them winning another game.
No, I don't either. With their loss to Berwick today, I think that you don't know. They might win one, but you don't really know where it's going to come from. Yeah. Those results in Premier Division, we are aware that Blackburn, despite not being on Play HQ, they're going to walk away with a win over Roval. Yeah. And I believe Doncaster East are going to beat Mitcham. They've been in front all afternoon, but we haven't got a final confirmation on that one. But
it was 11 points at three-quarter time, so...
But yeah, potentially. Mitcham are pretty quick on their updates. We haven't heard from them since, so my guess is that Doncaster East have won, but I could be wrong. Let's actually go back to the South Croydon one, because they've beaten Baldwin, and Jared, you made a good point yesterday that their run home is fantastic. What they've got now, this was their hardest game by far, and they've won that. They've knocked off Baldwin. They've now got Mitcham at home, Berwick away, not easy, Vermont away, which they've already beaten once, and then they finish with Noble at Cheon Park. You're right, and they're only a game behind. Percentage is pretty much nothing between the two sides. So I would almost say that Noble Park have got a couple more tough tasks in the run home. They've got to play Baldwin still. They've got to play some of those sides around them. But it could come
down to that Berwick game, Berwick game, really, because that could be the one. So if South Croydon get over that Berwick game, it sets up that last game against the South Croydon Noble game in the last game of the season, and that would be a fitting way to have the fifth spot decided. So there's all so many equations that can come into it, but it's in their own hands now. South Croydon, they're not relying on anyone, and in a sense it's in Noble's hands too. If they want to play finals, they've just got to keep winning. They've got to keep putting out some good performances, and look, there's opportunity for them, and I think whoever makes that fifth spot, will give a good account of themselves.
Well, it's interesting because it then puts it potentially down to a Noble Park Bowling game in round 16 as well, because Noble Park, they played a couple of really good quarters at Baldwin's home ground.
And I think Baldwin coming here is a real danger game, the way that Baldwin are playing. I mean, Baldwin at the moment, yes, they put some block of wins together, but their form line has been a bit patchy throughout the season. They haven't really taken teams apart, similar to what they did last year on the run to the finals.
They're going to drop off your power rankings
I
too.
think they will as well, yeah, absolutely. It's a shot between Blackburn and East Ringwood there for that top spot.
And the thing is, they play next week, Blackburn and East Ringwood. Remembering what the margin was first time around. I mean, and East Ringwood ended up blowing Blackburn off the park, and we were shocked by that result. So next week, Blackburn East Ringwood, that just is a massive game and a really good opportunity for Blackburn to see how much they have improved since the first time these two teams have met.
Division 1, we talked about these results in Park Orchards. They find a way win. They do it again, 27 points over North Ringwood. Barone, who's lost to South Belgrave, was somewhat expected, 28 points, so a little bit closer.
I think Barone, some of the Barone
people well, you've got someone to catch up with on Friday.
I think some of the Barone people thought that I was a little bit harsh, because apparently I haven't tipped them for 3 weeks.
Well, you might not tip them next week either after that loss.
Not on that form line today.
We'll discuss that on Friday. There will be someone who might be avoiding you.
He'll be hiding under his desk.
But the ladder itself, North Ringwood moved to 6 because Montrose big percentage win as well. All tied on games in wins, Beaconsfield, Montrose and North Ringwood on the ladder. So they're all 7 wins, but North Ringwood played the extra game. So they're now in a real dangerous spot. They have to beat Montrose in round 17. Montrose themselves, they've now got Murrabak at home. You'd expect them to win that, and South Belgrave final round of the season. So tough 2 games to finish the year, but they are now back in control of their own destiny. So Percentage boost as well. It's now 11% lead over North Ringwood. So Saints, as good as they've been, potentially in a bit of danger here going into the final few weeks of the season. Beaconsfield moved to 4th, as we thought. Percentage boost as well. So still can keep that. They by next week they could be 3rd, but then things can change from there. But they're back in the hunt for...
Beaconsfield also have Norwood and Bayswater coming up. So
percentage boosters.
Percentage booster and potentially revenge as well against Bayswater.
The only thing on that, they win... I'm just doing the math. They win 2 games. Baronia have got to play Norwood and Murrelbach. They win 2 games. That would see the Hawks still finish a game above them in 3rd. Yep. Brash, do you want to talk about Sylvan?
I don't know.
Okay. Once again, Sylvan managed to defy the critics again with a win at home this afternoon and they jumped Scoresby, and really that was basically the tail of the tape this afternoon. It's not a surprise that Sylvan won at home because their record suggested that they do win at home. Scoresby, look, I'm not taking anything. To be honest, I'm not taking anything out of that game. I mean, because they've actually come back, Scoresby, in the end. It's just their start that let them off this afternoon. I'm still, like I said, Sylvan are still keeping themselves in the finals hunt, but they still need to perform on the road, and there's still a bit to go for them, right?
Well, they finished with the year with 2 away games against Ferntree Gully and Coldstream. On paper, those games at home, you'd bank them in, you'd lock them in for wins. On the road, who knows what's going to happen? They have not won a road game. If they win both games and the Basin lose to Knox,
which is likely,
they'll finish 5th.
Yeah.
What do you? I cannot get a read on this. They are. I should have a read on it because clearly it should just be pretty simple. At home, win. At home, away from home, lose.
Yes, it is simple, but our brains just. It defies the logic that we learned about footy all throughout our lives.
Spider, when's the last time we've seen a side? So there is clearly 2 different sides.
I was just trying to think about. It's hard to remember exactly when it was, but I know there's been a couple of sides, even potentially at AFL level, where we've gone, okay, they've been good at home and not as well interstate or whatever. But then in terms of this competition, it's like I just can't think of another side where their form line has been so skewed. It is just hard to fathom.
You know what the biggest problem is in Division 3 is there's too many. There's 4 Jekyll and Hyde sides.
Yep,
Ferntree Gully's the other one. Sylvan's one.
89-point winners, Ferntree Gully.
Oakley,
get a read on that.
And they only kicked 1 goal last week.
Yeah. So good luck trying to tip this competition. That is
Oakley District's another one.
Well, and it's disappointing for them. Obviously, the last 2 losses have probably, put the taken the wind out of their sail a bit. But to really not show up against a Ferntree Gully side who has been pretty poor, and we've been really on their case. I'm not sure about that. For Donval, huge win. It's by a point, and it puts them a game ahead of Scoresby and percentage. They're not locked in at top because if Scoresby win next week, Donval still have to play Knox in that final game of the season where with some players back, you'd probably back them in to win, but it's not locked up just yet. If they win next week, that's official, it's theirs. We've been really right in the case of Scoresby, and then we forgot that they do have to travel to Sylvan Recreation Reserve. Nobody wins there.
But look, for Upper Gully, it's another game that they were in control with, and they've let it slip.
Yeah, it is.
Because they were in front of they held sway for quite a bit of the afternoon, Upper Ferntree Gully.
And I gave them a really good chance, and I think the result played out pretty much. I thought it would be a close contest, but like when you think about it though, in terms of Divi 3 in this competition, last year Donvale went into a final series, and they were just they were in. Sure, they were in really good form all year, and then slowly teams were trying to wear them down. But this time around, it looks like they're going to go into a final series a lot more match hardened and with a lot more closer contests. under their belt. So, like the performances, we're going to get probably a better indication of where they sit in this competition. It's just so even, this Division 3 this year between the top three teams. I mean, on any given day, they probably could beat each other. It's anything could happen in this final series. I think it's anyone's flag to take if on the day. I mean, we could be in a situation not too dissimilar to what we saw, with Surrey Park, bobbing up on grand final day.
I don't think I picked a winner. I don't know if I'm going to pick a winner in Div 4 today.
Well, that's.
I'm hoping Bullring Temp have got up and Forest Hill haven't.
I'd say they would have. We haven't got an update there, but I would imagine. I think my phone would be going off if Forest Hill had have got up there, but. Churnside Park beat Whitehorse, Kilsyth beat Warrandyte, Jeff Goebbels and also...
Finn McGuinness or something, McGuinness, is it?
I've gone blank off the top of my head. Apologies.
Jackson
Drake, of course, coming to the side. And
they kicked 5 goals between them.
But and that's the thing, like, before you go into a preview of that game, now, if I knew that those two guys were playing, you're probably rethinking your tip. But going into that game, it was hard to really justify Kilsyth winning that game with the lack of scoring power that they had. But they've kept that under their lid, and that's okay. And they've chosen to do that. But but they've got those players in there. They've got these players in there, and that'll certainly help them going forward.
We are about to wrap things up, but with that win. They'll go a game clear of Croydon North, Emlock and Bullring Temp, who should probably, I'm assuming, have defeated Forest Hill. And still got a tricky run home, but they might be able to pick up another one there. Now probably back in the box seat to finish in the top 4. We'll break all that down during the week, tomorrow and the weekend recovery as well. We're going to start to close things out here at Pat Wright Senior Oval. I think we're the last ones here having a look at it. It's dead quiet.
Everyone's gone.
Even Blake has left he's gone down to Club Noble and had a slap down there. But
he's still got the headset. He said he wouldn't come back, but he's got the headset, so he's going to have to come back.
Has he got the ice cream from Mr. Whiffy yet?
Yeah, well, he's still chasing that, man. We'll start to wrap things up. Paul Uconi, great to have you on board Saturday afternoon. You've had a tough afternoon because Play HQ turned off on you, but great work today.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, gents.
Yeah, you'll be right. The Swans will be back, mate.
Wayne Brasher.
Thank you.
We got a long trip home. We'll break down all the scores in the car ride home.
Exactly.
Matt Spiderlee, great to have you on board.
It was great day. Enjoyed it, and off to watch the Wallabies play the British Lions tonight at the MCG.
Oh, very good, very good. We'll keep an eye on that one. Jared Beanland as well. What's on for tonight? Before you go?
Got a friend's birthday party, but tomorrow I'm looking forward to the Collingwood-Richmond clash, of course.
It'd be good to see the Tigers get up in a big upset out there at the G.
Not a chance.
All right, well, no thank you to Lee Green, who's behind the scenes, doing a great job. Megan Green across both senior games and the camera. Kate Green, Oscar Luca, and Blake Tennant, of course. We almost missed Blake Tennant. Great work from everyone today. That's it for us here for the Eastland Match of the Round.